Jessica Kensor from Lehigh moves into second. She moves into the lead, Jessica Kensor from Lehigh, with only 100 meters to go down to the finish line.
6:17.
Jessica Kensor is still in the lead, Alexandra Carroll behind, and our winner is Jessica Kensor from Lehigh, running 1:14.57, followed by Carroll, Delaware, 1:17.24, and Day, George Mason, 1:17.25. Section 4 of the women's 500 meter dash, college.
That was a list we had. She was supposed to be in here. They put 11 on there. Okay. But at least the timers don't look it. Yeah, they do. And the names are same. All right. So we can cross this. All right. Have you told us who's supposed to be in
No.
Go ahead.
Scheduled for section 4 to run, Smith, Coastal Carolina, Nicholson, Delaware, Kitsis, Boston College, Brown, Kentucky State,
Go ahead.
Packham, BYU, Taylor Chase, Albany, Thompson, St. John's, White, Florida International, Morris, Kansas, and Evans, South Carolina. Running in staggers for the first two turns.
We have somebody on the outside from FIU.
Maya Evans from South Carolina leading. Maya Evans is still leading, followed by Kayla Smith.
10-1-2.
And in third, Brianna Nicholson.
10 with a substantial lead.
Maya Evans with a substantial lead from South Carolina.
400 meters and 55.8.
55.8 at 400 meters. Maya Evans still in the lead, coming down the straightaway.
10-1-5.
Maya Evans, followed by Kayla Smith and Kaylee Packham, finishing the 500 meter. And our first place runner is Maya Evans from South Carolina. 1:13.52, followed by Packham, BYU, 1:15.12, and Smith, Coastal Carolina, 1:15.3. Section 5 of the women's 500, scheduled to run. Hemley, Maryland Eastern Shore, Gordon, Delaware State, Walker, Ohio State, Adelola, UMBC, Carpenter, Vanderbilt, Gardner, Ottawa, Rodriguez, St. John's, Claver, Kansas, and Gregory from Richmond. Saniqua Walker from Ohio State leading, followed by Mackenzie Claver and Charlotte Gardner.
Now 3-6-8.
Saniqua Walker still leading, followed by Charlotte Gardner and Mackenzie Claver.
200 to go.
With 200 to go, Saniqua Walker still in the lead, Charlotte Gardner in second, Mackenzie Claver in third.
I'm going to give you a split. 400 meters, 55.9.
55.9 at 400 meters.
Still 3, 6, and 4.
Saniqua Walker still in the lead. Going to the finish. And Saniqua Walker comes in first from Ohio State. 1:13.45, followed by Gardner, 1:13.91, and Adelola, 1:15.10. And our final section of the women's 500 meter dash.
These are lanes. So go ahead and say lane 1.
Lane 1, Bauer, Columbia. Lane 2, Straker, ASA College. Lane 3, Chiofreddi, Vermont. Lane 4, Hanson, BYU. Lane 5, Fogla, UMBC. And Lane 6, Taft from Connecticut.
We only have 4. We don't have 5 and 6. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Alyssa Hansen from BYU is in the lead, followed by Javina Straker, Tess Chiafretti, and Nicole Bauer. No change in that order, with 1 lap to go. Alyssa Hansen from BYU still in the lead. Coming up on the 400 meters, Tess Chiafretti has moved into second. 57.2 at 400 meters. Alyssa Hansen leading the pack. And here she comes to the finish line. And for our final section, close call on who's coming in first. Whitney Diggs of Portland State places in first. 55-29, Saugbison, Morgan State, 55-45, and followed by Frank, Hampton, 56-23, and Wilkins, Villanova, 58-21. Following all these heats, the 9 fastest competitors will compete tomorrow at 4:19 p.m. in the afternoon.
How you doing? This one is no lane one. This one at the gun. You read them.
Sure.
Yeah, we kind of put. So when you're done reading them, I'll have a lane for you.
Okay. Lane 2, Williams, George Mason. Lane 3, Mooney, St. John's. 4, Pridgett, Arizona. 5, Rucker, South Carolina. 6, Williams, Arkansas. Erica Rucker of South Carolina in the lead, followed by Tamara Pridgett of Arizona.
5 leading.
Rucker still leading.
3 is in second. 5-3. 5-3.
Claire Mooney in second, followed by Krishana Williams.
5-3-6.
Rucker maintaining that lead with 100 meters to go. Rucker still in the lead, followed by Williams and Mooney heading to the finish. Rucker comes in first. South Carolina, 54-47. Williams, 54-53. And Mooney, 55-10. Up next, Heat 3. Lane 2, Washington, Vanderbilt. Lane 3, Harris, South Carolina. Lane 4, Poole Trice, South Florida. Lane 5, Romero, Arizona. Lane 6, Shapri Romero from Arizona in the lead, followed by Selena Emerson of Connecticut. One lap to go. Shapri Romero, Arizona in the lead, followed by Selena Emerson of Connecticut. 25 flat at 200 meters. 100 to go. Shapri Romero still in the lead, followed by Selena Emerson and Tamara Harris. And heading to the finish line in first place for Heat 3 is Shapri Romero of Arizona, 52.98. Emerson, 53.73. And Harris, 55.64. Heat 4 at the women's 400. Romero's time was the fastest time of the day for the 400.
Next race.
Lane 2, Swift, UTSA. Lane 3, Harper, Arkansas. Lane 4, Hanson, Duke. Lane 5, Holmes, South Carolina. Lane 6, Barron, George Mason. Precious Holmes of South Carolina leading. Now Lauren Hanson of Duke is leading. 1 lap to go. 25.6 at 200 meters. Lauren Hanson from Duke leading the pack, followed by Precious Holmes and Dana Harper. Precious Holmes comes to the lead with only 100 meters to go. Here she comes to the finish line. Precious Holmes still in the lead from South Carolina. And our first place runner for Heat 4 is Precious Holmes of South Carolina. 53.98. Barron 54.65, and Harper 55.24. Heat 5. Lane 3, Nicole Candelaria, Morgan State. Lane 4, Crystal Green, Coastal Carolina. Lane 5, Nija Kusar, Clemson. And lane 6, Malika Holland from Hampton. Crystal Green from Coastal Carolina taking an early lead.
4, 6.
Crystal Green is still in the lead, followed by Malika Holland. 25.8 at 200 meters. Crystal Green still in the lead, heading to the finish, maintaining her lead throughout.
4, 6, 5.
She's followed by Malika Holland and Nija Kusar. And here we come to the finish line, and in first place, Crystal Green of Coastal Carolina, 54.79. Holland, 55.27, and Kusar, 55.29. Heat 6 of the women's 400.
Next race, no 1, no 2, no 6.
Our ninth qualifying time so far is 55.24. Lane 3, Whittington, Pittsburgh. Lane 4, Gray, Arizona. And lane 5, Robertson from Oklahoma. Deshawn Robertson from Oklahoma leading, followed by Whittington from Pittsburgh and Gray from Arizona. Here we come at the 200-meter split. 25.8. Deshawn Robertson from Oklahoma still maintaining her lead. We have 100 meters to go in Heat 6. Robertson still in the lead. Heading on the straightaway. And Deshawn Robertson from Oklahoma comes in first for Heat 6. 54.13, followed by Whittington, 55.46, and Gray, 57.38.
Here we go. What is this?
Heat 7 of the women's 400. Lane 3, Roper, Duke. 4, Woodall, Cincinnati. 5, Scott, Harvard, and 6, Kopp from Duke. Our ninth mark now for the women's 400 meter is 55.10.
5, 6, 4.
Gabriel Scott from Harvard takes the lead, followed by Madeline Kopp of Duke. One more lap to go, and at 200 meters, 25.8.
5, 6, 4.
Gabrielle Scott from Harvard still in the lead. Coming up on 100 meters.
On the outside is 4, 4.
Kenya Woodall coming out. And Kenya Woodall from Cincinnati is our winner. 54.86, followed by Scott. Harvard 55-17, and Kopp Duke 55-46. 5486 is our number 9 time currently. This is Heat 8. Heat 8 of the women's 400, lane 2, Hurley, Coastal Carolina, 3, Haith, South Carolina, 4, Barnes, Ohio State, 5, Fluker, Clemson, and 6, Kirpon, Duke.
5-6.
Nia Fluker from Clemson is in the lead, followed by Elizabeth Kirpin of Duke. 200 meters to go. Nia Fluker still in the lead, and at 200 meters, we were at 25-6.
5, 6, 3.
Nia Fluker still in the lead, followed by Elizabeth Kirpin and Brianna Haith.
Duke to the lead.
Our Duke runner, Elizabeth Kirpin, has taken the lead as she comes down the straightaway to finish off Heat 8.
6-5-3.
Elizabeth Kirpin heading to the finish. And she comes in first, Elizabeth Kirpin of Duke, 54-96.
I didn't get the
Fluker, Clemson, 55-42. And Haith, South Carolina, 55-88. And our last heat of the women's 400 before our finals tomorrow at 4:19.
what's our number 9 right now?
54-86 is our time to beat.
There's no lane 5.
Heat 9 of the women's 400 meter. Lane 2, Jones of UMBC. 3, Dismuke, Connecticut. 4, Miller, Harvard. And 6, Parker of Columbia. Kirsten Jones from UMBC taking a lead. And at the 200 meters, Jade Miller of Harvard to lead, 25-7 at 200 meters. Jade Miller still in the lead from Harvard. With only 100 meters to go, Jade Miller is still in her lead. Here they come to the finish. And Jade Miller from Harvard maintains her lead all the way to the end. 55-15, Parker, Columbia, 55-88, Dismuke, Connecticut, 55-91, and Jones, UMBC, 56-14. And I'm gonna pass the torch over to Dennis for the men's 400. Any lady who ran 54-86 or faster will officially be in the finals tomorrow afternoon at 4:19 p.m.
Good work. All right. Men's 400 coming. What time does it start? 4:05. 6 minutes ahead of schedule. Coming back, she all right? You said? Yes. Coming back tomorrow?
I never formally congratulated you for that great sign.
You know I did the chains Super Bowl. It was on the field, yeah. Well, I
And coming up next to the semifinals, this will be the men's championship 400 meters. The 9 fastest out of these 9 heats will come back tomorrow afternoon at 4:33 for the championship 400 meters.
How many supposed to be in the first section?
5, but we have 3.
Well, they should have talked to them.
Yes, we're going early.
2, Santana from Army. 4, Griffin from Mississippi. 6, Bo from Delaware State. Early leader, Bow from Delaware State. Griffin from Ole Miss, and Santana from the Army.
6, 4, 2.
Bow, Griffin, and Santana.
22-8.
22-8, first 200 meters. Bow, Griffin, and Santana. Both from Delaware State. Montez Griffin from Ole Miss to the finish line. And the close finish will go to Griffin, 48-46. Bow, 48-56. Santana, 48-59.
Heat 2 has been eliminated. This is Heat 3 on the track now.
And apparently we're going to have 8 heats. Again, the 9 fastest coming back for tomorrow's championship.
Well, I think it's still I don't know how the timers are going to work that. Because these guys are in Heat 3 of 9. And
Curtis, Rutgers, Camden, Lane 2. 3, Chapman, Maryland Eastern Shore. 4, Stevenson, American International. And lane 5 is Baker from Oklahoma. And lane 6, Sutton from North Carolina.
oh, we were on top of those things.
Matthew Curtis, Aaron Chapman, Dennis Stevenson, Ethan Baker, and Sean Sutton. Sutton, Baker, Chapman, little action over there. Sutton, North Carolina, 22.5, 200 meters. Sutton, Baker, Chapman, Curtis. Final 50, North Carolina, Sean Sutton. Yes. Sean Sutton, North Carolina, 47.82. Baker, 48.15. Chapman, 48.49.
Was there a Heat 2?
No, they eliminated it. They eliminated it.
This is somebody else.
How are you, buddy? I'll see you tomorrow. Lane 2, Wilson, Kansas. 3, Surratt, Mississippi. 4, Jones, University at Albany. 5, Vaughn from George Mason. 6, Smith from Texas. Vaughn, Jones, final 50 meters. Vaughn, and that is Tariq Jones. Vaughn holds on 48-43 by 300ths of a second. Jones takes second, 48-46. Surratt, 49-08.
Okay, quickly to the women's long jump pit, the ones with the X's. To the women's long jump pit, go.
Farquharson.
You gotta say full name.
Myers, Tamara Myers, Michelle Farquharson, Kiera White, and Erica Bogard to the women's long jump, Flight 2 championship long jump. The bubble time is now 48-59. Lane 2 is Oliver, Ole Miss. 4, Colvin from Tiffin. 5, Ferguson from Essex. And lane 6, Murray from Pittsburgh. Murray, Ferguson, Colvin, and Oliver. 22-1. Ferguson's now in the lead from Essex. Murray, Pittsburgh, right alongside. Final half lap, 100 meters, now it's 60. Off the turn, down the straightaway. And it's Pittsburgh and on the inside, Essex. And the photo goes to Ferguson, Essex, 47-55. Murray, 47-68, and Colvin, 48-64. The time by Jay Ferguson, Essex, fastest time thus far, 47-55. Lane 2, this is Roberson. Morgan State. 3 is Green from Lincoln. 4, Jarrett from Tiflin. Lipsey, North Carolina, 5. And Frank, Carleton University in 6. Lane 5? 6-5-2. Lipsey, Frank, and Roberson. 22-7, 200 meters. Frank, Lipsey, and Roberson. Frank and Lipsey. And it looks like Javon Lipsey, North Carolina. Yes, 48-25. Frank, 48-28. Garrett, 48-52. Right now, unofficially, bubble time 48-46. Boyd Columbia on the inside. Blackhampton, lane 3. And Wasika, Wisconsin 5. And lane 6, Hall from Texas, San Antonio. Boyd, Black, Wasika, and Hall. From the outside, Chris Hall takes the lead. It's Hall, Iwasaki, and Black. 22-7. Rion Black, Hampton moves into second. Christopher Hall in the lead. Hall, Iwasaki, and Black. And Awasika, Wisconsin, 48-17. Hall, 48-42. And Black, 48-89. 2 more heats coming up. Top 9 fastest will be running tomorrow at 4:33 in our championship. 48-43. Darnell Gilbert, Cincinnati in 2. Taylor Sykes, George Mason 3. Jared Jeter, Charleston Southern in 4. Joel Johnson, Monroe in 5. Garrett Payne, Wisconsin on the outside. At the break, that's Joel Johnson, Monroe College. 22-6. Johnson, Jeter, and Payne. Johnson, Jeter, Gilbert, and Payne. Jeter into the lead. That's Jared Jeter, Charleston Southern. Jeter, 48-25. Gilbert, 48-40. Johnson, 48-68.
48-40 is now tonight.
And the bubble time is now 48-40. 48-40. And this will be the final heat. Out of these heats, we're going to bring back 9.
The bubble time, in terms of what? Why are you questioning it? Because we've got a DQ, a likely DQ, and
Lane 2, Robbins, North Carolina A&T. Lane 3, Reginald Mortel, Tiffin. Lane 4, Miles Parrish, Arizona. Lane 5, Demario Johnson, Kansas. Lane 6, Trayshawn Goodwin, Monroe College.
Well, if it's DQ at the first one out. Because the 48-42 also.
That's my lane 6. Robbins, Mortel, Parrish, Johnson, Goodwin. That lane was my ankle leg in the national championship 4x1.
Which lane is
Ran for me from Uniondale. Johnson, Goodwin out strong. On the inside, Robbins, Mortel, Parrish.
5-6.
It's Johnson and Goodwin. Johnson, Goodwin, 22-2 at 200 meters. Johnson, Goodwin, Parrish. Johnson, Goodwin, Parrish. Final 60 meters. Johnson, Goodwin, here comes Parrish. Down the straightaway. Parrish, 47-69. Johnson, 47-79. Mortel, 48-23. Goodwin, 48-46.
All right, Mr. Nathalis. Dennis, is that you? Do we have thousands?
I got the 1,000 sheets. I'm going to let her do the Ready for the seated section in the shot put. Flight 4, final flight in the men's shot put.
48-25 is ninth.
And in that race, we want to welcome back Trayshawn Goodwin, formerly a Uniondale, a member of the Uniondale National Championship 4x100 meter relay, North Carolina 2 years ago.
Up next, the women's 1,000 meter run. There will be 5 sections of this event. And in section 1, we have 14 ladies competing. And running in section 1, Johnson of Essex CC, Bungo, Villanova, Fields, Boston College, Mullane of Lehigh, Jordan, Boston College, Brialis, VCU, Williams, Kennesaw State, Ruth, ASA College, Beta, Bryn Mawr, and Eves of VCU.
Officials, please put the lap counter in use, please. Officials, lap counter.
We got 4 laps to go. Ashlyn Fields of Boston College leading, followed by Niema Eves of VCU. Caitlin Bungo from Villanova is now in the lead, followed by Ashlyn Fields and Niema Eves. 3 laps to go, and Niema Eves of VCU has taken the lead. 72.3 at 400 meters.
Halfway, 500 meters, 89.6.
Section 1 with only 2 laps to go. Our leader is still Niema Eves from VCU, followed by Caitlin Bungo of Villanova and Victoria Mullane of Lehigh.
Essex men's coach to the announcer table, please. Essex men's coach.
We have a new leader. Caitlin Bungo from Villanova has traded places with Niema Eves. Bungo still leading, followed by Williams and Jordan, and that is the bell. Caitlin Bungo, Villanova, still in the lead. Bungo and Williams leading. With 100 meters to go, Bungo and Williams are still leading the pack. And here they both come around the track, going to the finish line. And section 1, our winner is Caitlin Bungo of Villanova, followed by Sydney Williams of Kennesaw. Bungo 2:59.56, Williams 3:00.21, Jordan 3:02.16, and Fields 3:04.57. Up next, we have section 2 of our women's 1,000 meter run. Perfect.
Hands up.
Once again, this is section 2 of the John Ryan's women's 1,000 meter. Girls running today, Herrera of UTSA, Smith, Albany, Plant Dubé, Laval, Durand, Vermont, Walters of Lafayette, Apuda, UMBC, Anderson, McGill, Simon, Lehigh, and Sadke of Ottawa.
11 leading.
Our leader is Ingrid Simon of Lehigh, followed by Lena Sadke of Ottawa and Evelyn Anderson of McGill, and we have 4 laps to go in section 2. Ingrid Simon from Lehigh is our leader, followed by Lena Sadke of Ottawa and Evelyn Anderson of McGill. 67.9 at 400 meters with 3 laps to go. Our leader is still Ingrid Simon of Lehigh.
I'm impressed that you would answer that question.
Well, I wanted to watch Downton Abbey, but I couldn't get it in my hotel. So I had to watch this goddamn game in the bar.
And people going crazy.
So now 11, 14, 7.
Ingrid is still leading. Lena Sadke in second. Grace Walters from Lafayette has made her way to third. And we have 2 laps to go. Strong lead by Ingrid Simon of Lehigh.
11, 14, 1, and 1 is challenging for second.
Nina Herrera of UTSA has just made her way into second.
Who's that? Okay, now we have a new second.
With Nina Herrera in second, Ingrid Simon is still in first.
5 in second.
And now, Plant Dubé from Laval is in second.
5, 1.
Here we go with 1 lap to go. Ringing the bell, Simon in first, followed by Plant Dubé and Herrera in third.
2:19.7 for 800 meters.
2:19.7 for 800 meters. Here they come with 100 meters to go.
5 to lead.
Plant Dubé from Laval has taken the lead, followed by Herrera.
1 on the outside, 1 leading.
Herrera has taken first all the way to the finish, and our first place runner from UTSA is Nina Herrera. 2:54.24. Plant Dubé, Laval, 2:55.6. Simon, 2:55.15 from Lehigh. Section 3 of 5 of the John Ryan Women's 1,000.
Let's see, 2, 3, 4. Is Kansas 5? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so all we're missing is 1. What do you want, heat 3 or 4? 3?
And here goes section 3, scheduled to run today. Baker of Kansas, Comfort, Army, Mezebich, UMBC, Baker, Kansas, a different Baker, Segot Devereaux, Ottawa, Garrity, VCU, Daly, UMBC, Charles of Speed Factor, Rich, Kansas, Roding of Vermont, and Krumholtz of VCU.
487.
Cody Messabich from UMBC is leading, followed by Erin Garrity of VCU and Sarah Daly of UMBC. And our ladies of Section 3 have 4 laps to go.
478.
Cody Messabich still leading, Erin Garrity right behind.
I like the pilot. Yeah. Why? You didn't go back there? How do you know what it did in the beginning?
And here we go with 3 laps to go. Our leader is still Cody Messabich. 67.3 at 200 meters, at 400 meters.
Ask if she gave you the pen. 4786.
Messabich still leading, followed by Garrity and Daly. Our pack leaders have been pretty consistent thus far. At Section 3. Our leader is now Erin Garrity of VCU with only 2 laps to go, followed by Cody Messabich of UMBC and Sarah Daly. Erin Garrity has taken a strong lead. Big lead from Erin Garrity, VCU. And here we are at the bell with only 1 lap to go. 2:15.5 at 800. Garrity is followed by Messabich, Daly, and Krumholtz. Erin Garrity from VCU making her way to the completion of this 1,000 meters. Still maintaining her very strong lead for the rest of the pack. And here she comes down to the straightaway. And our winner is Erin Garrity from VCU. Garrity's time, VCU 2:47.32, Daly, UMBC 2:53.4, and Messabich, UMBC 2:53.23. Two sections left of the women's 1,000.
Somebody else in that race. Oh, you got this is still yours. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. You gonna make her do it without a sheet? That would be good. Let's see how good she really can do.
And here's section 4 of the John Ryan Women's 1,000. Scheduled to run today, 1, Walmsley from Toronto, Clevenger of Richmond, Johnston, Arkansas, Sagao, Kansas, Blanton of Clemson, Hennessy of Toronto, Bellin of Albany, O'Keefe of Boston College, DeSoma of Boston College, Burke, Columbia, and Kelly of Toronto. Four laps to go. Honor Walmsley from Toronto is in the lead, followed by Catherine O'Keefe of Boston College and Taylor Clevenger of Richmond.
182. Now 18 anyway.
Honor Walmsley of Toronto still in the lead.
8 in second.
Catherine O'Keefe of Boston College is now in second.
7 in third.
Brianne Bellin of Albany in third. 3 laps to go.
67.4.
67.4 at 400 meters. Catherine O'Keefe from Boston College has taken the lead for Section 4. Catherine O'Keefe in the lead, followed by Honor Walmsley and Brianne Bellin. And this is 2 laps to go.
8-1-7-10.
Catherine O'Keefe from Boston College maintaining her lead. O'Keefe maintaining that lead. Oh, and now we have a trade between her, O'Keefe, and Honor Walmsley from Toronto back in first at the bell with only 1 lap to go. 2:16.4 at 800 meters. Honor Walmsley from Toronto still in the lead. A 100 meters to go. Walmsley from Toronto maintaining that lead all the way.
1-5. 5 coming.
Brianna Blen from Clemson right behind in second.
1-5. Go with it. Go with it.
1 and 5 pushing through. That's Brianna Blandon and Honor Walmsley. Who's going to make it to first? And the race is taken by Walmsley of Toronto, 2:49.51, followed by Blanton, Clemson, 2:49.73, and Hennessy of Toronto, 2:52.23. And our final section of the John Ryan Women's 1,000 meter. Once again, this is our final section, Section 5 of the John Ryan Women's 1,000. And that is the gun for Section 5. Running today, Whalen of North Carolina, McClary, Arkansas, Camillos, Arkansas, Fanning, Albany, Simcoe, Arkansas, Simonson, Columbia, Newts, unattached, Weber, Ohio State, and Cote from Laval. Our leader at the moment is Elizabeth Whalen from North Carolina, followed by Catherine Fanning of Albany. And we have 4 laps to go for our 1,000 meter race. Whelan from North Carolina still maintaining her lead. Fanning of Albany following behind, and then McClary of Arkansas in third. Elizabeth Whalen of North Carolina still in the lead. 66.9 at 400.
1-2-5.
Whelan still in the lead. McClary of Arkansas coming to second, followed by Fanning from Albany in third. Coming up on 2 laps to go, Whalen from North Carolina maintaining her lead. McClary from Arkansas, and Fanning from Albany in third. Whelan, McClary, Fanning, 1, 2, and 3. Coming up on 1 lap to go. Here's our bell. Elizabeth Whalen from North Carolina still maintaining her lead, followed by McClary of Arkansas and Fanning of Albany. 2:15.4. Here comes Elizabeth Whelan with only 100 meters to go. And here they come down the straightaway, heading to the end of their race. Who will come in first? And it's Elizabeth Whalen of North Carolina. 2:47.61. Fanning of Albany, 2:48.43. And Simcoe of Arkansas, 2:48.47.
Looks like the winner is going to come out of the third section. Coming up next, 4 sections, the Great Neck Men's 1,000 meters. Now you got to watch each of these sections. Unofficially, the winner of the women was from the third sections. Perrin Pichette Miguel wearing number 1. McPherson Army with number 2. Lowry Albany with 3. Pietro Carlo Villanova 4. Coppinger Vermont number 5. Number 8 DeLuna from Vermont. Number 9 is Farrell from Albany. 11 Vincent Bartram from Armory. DeLuna, Parent Pichette, and Bartram. Who jumped in the lead?
You'll get to talk in a little bit. We'll get your real paper.
We'll see.
No, I don't think it's 11. That's not Army's color. I think that's McGill. Coming up, 400 meters.
58.8, 1, 3, 11, 9.
DeLuna, Parent Pichette, Lowry, and Bartram. 58.8 at 400 meters. Two laps to run, 400 meters. Into the lead, that is Vince Parent Pichette from McGill. Albany is next, Dylan Lowry, and then Ian McPherson. 300 meters remaining, 1.5 laps. McGill's Vince Parent Pichette with the lead. One more lap, Parent Pichette. Lowry. 158.2 at 800 meters. Parent Pichette, Dylan Lowry, McGill, Albany, less than 80 meters to run. Off the turn, down the straightaway, Vince Parent Pichette, McGill. And with a class finish, with that fast finish, that was Dylan Lowry, 2:28.15. Parent Pichette, 2:28.26. McPherson, 2:29.93. Once again, keep your eye on each of these sections. For the women, the winner came out of the third section. Section 2 of 4, the Great Neck Men's 1,000 meter championship.
No 2, no 7.
Wearing hip number 1, Andrew Perney, Albany. 3, Connor Outfit from Toronto. Thomas O'Leary wears number 4 from Vermont. Andrew Mora, Lafayette is 5. 6, Alex Burhey, Ottawa. Number 8, Charles Bates, Villanova. 9 is Nick Johnson, Maryland, Baltimore County. 10, Nathan Collier from Texas, San Antonio. 11, Stephen Keith from Lehigh. Early leader, Johnson, Mora, and Collier. Into third, O'Leary. It's now Johnson, Mora, O'Leary. Coming up on the 400-meter split. Into the lead, the Connor Outfit from Toronto. 60.1. 60.1, 400 meters. Outfit, Collier, and Johnson. Two laps, 400 meters. Outfit, Collier, Johnson, and O'Leary. Their lap coming up, 200 meters, 2:28.15 in the first section. On the outside, that's Nathan Collier challenging and taking the lead. Collier from Texas, San Antonio, 1:59.9, 1/2 lap, 100 meters. Nathan Collier, University, Texas, San Antonio. And that's Bates, Johnson, Nick Johnson from University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
We would like to clarify the results for the John Ryan Women's 1,000 meter. Our winner, Rianne Wed Price from Miss State, running 2:47.32, is not from Heat 5, but she is Heat 3. She is from Heat 3, not from Heat 5. Once again, that's Rianne Wed Price from Miss State, who was our first place runner for the John Ryan's 1,000 meter, running 2:47.32.
Section number 3 of 4. Fastest time now is 2:27.32. These are the fastest seeds coming up in these next two sections. Jake Albino from Maryland, Baltimore County. Henry Farley from Duke. Juan Sanchez, wearing number 5 from Mississippi State. 6, Benjamin Raymond, the University of Laval. 7, Ethan Davenport, Toronto. 8, Patrick Monahan, Mississippi State. And number 10, Nicholas Maury from Laval. 4 laps to run. Early leaders, Jake Albino, Juan Sanchez, Henry Farley. Into third now, this is Patrick Monahan, Mississippi State. Three to go. This is your 400-meter split. 56.6. And it's Albino, Sanchez, and Monahan. Monahan in the second. Two to go, 600 down. Albino, Sanchez, Monahan. .300 meters to run, Albino. Sanchez, Monahan. Bell lap coming up. Albino. 156.4. Monahan on the inside. Sanchez back to third. Albino. Monahan. Half lap, 100 meters to go. And this is Monahan taking the lead from Mississippi State. Monahan, Albino. And at the finish, Patrick Monahan, Mississippi State, 2:25.31. Albino, 2:25.48. Davenport, 2:25.94. So 2:25.31 is now our fastest time. And this is the fastest seated section. This is the Great Neck Men's Championship, 1,000 meters. Final section, wearing number 1, Jesse Garn, Binghamton. 2, Sasha Smart, Toronto. Daniel Koch from Kansas with number 3. Daniel Nestor from Columbia, 4. Number 5, Jean Samuel Lapointe from Laval. Number 7, Kyle Moran, Duke. 8, Damian Roscoe from Mississippi State. Number 9 is Mohammed Suleiman from Ottawa. Number 10, John DeLallo from Albany. And the early leader is DeLallo, Albany. In the second, that's Mohammed Suleiman, Ottawa. Third is Sacha Smart, Toronto. $55.3. DeLallo, Smart, Suleiman, and Garn. $2:25.31 time to beat. This is Albany's John DeLallo. 2 laps to go. DeLallo. Smart. Coming up, bell lap. 1:53.91. Smart, Suleiman, and Garn. Smart. Here comes Suleiman. Suleiman from Ottawa. Here comes Garn, Binghamton in the green. Suleiman, Ottawa with the lead. In the green, here comes Jesse Garn. Down the straightaway to the finish line. And it is Binghamton's Jesse Garn. Garn, 2:21.99. That will be the championship time. Suleiman, 2:22.46. Smart, 2:23.50. Coming up now, the trials for the Women's Championship 60-meter hurdles. 7 heats. The 27 fastest will be coming back. Lane 1 will be Brooke Astor, Lehigh. 2, Jasmine Wilson from North Carolina. 3, Lana Amsterdam, Clemson. It's going to be the heat winner, the top 3 in each heat, and then the next 6 fastest times. Heat winners, next 2 as well, the top 3 in each of these 7 heats, and the 6 next fastest times. Lana Amsterdam, Clemson in 3. Georgina Tamaz-Rayner from Oklahoma in 4. Stacy McNeil, Mississippi State in 5. Camille Hurley, Coastal Carolina in 6. Deanna Latham from Wisconsin in 7. Madeleine Smith from Connecticut in 8. Quiet for the start, please. Lane 5, Stacy McNeil, Mississippi State. Heat 2 of 7 coming up. Again, the top 3 in each of these 7 heats and the next 6 fastest times. 27 coming back for the semifinals. Latham, Wisconsin, 8.36. Hurley, 8.42. Then Amsterdam, Clemson, 8.65. They're the automatic qualifiers. And keep your eye on the board. Watch those times. 6 will qualify on time. You got everybody, looks like? What are you supposed to have? 8. Schedule, Pasalacqua, Arizona in lane 1. Lane 3, Gelabert from Coastal Carolina. Edwards, Carleton University in 4. Wallace, Mississippi State 5. Monteverde, the lane is vacant. Cannon, lane 7, Vanderbilt. Lane 8, Vollmer from Kansas. And Edwards, 8:47. Time's coming up on the board. Heat 3, Lee of Cincinnati, lane 1. 2 is Terrell from Clemson. 3, Davis, Coastal Carolina. 4, James, Delaware. 5, Bugard from Mississippi State. 6, Williams, South Carolina. Haggerty, Oklahoma in 7. And New from Florida International in lane 8. Gilbert, Vollmer, Wallace, automatic qualifiers from the second heat. In lane 5, that was Erica Bugard from Mississippi State. Full field, looks like. Bogard, Mississippi State, 846. Williams, South Carolina, 865. Haggerty, Oklahoma, 868. They are the automatic qualifiers. This will be heat 4 of the 7, and this is how they'll line up. Jasmine Ratcliffe, Portland State, will be in lane 1. Michelle Young will be in lane 2. University of Laval, I believe. Emerald Walden, Villanova, will be in 3. Malern Jean, Charleston Southern, in 4. Ashley Bacote, Coppin State, in lane 6. Tara Sanders, Cincinnati, in 7. Sarah Graham, South Carolina, in lane 8. This is heat 4 of 7. Top 3 in each of these heats, along with the next 6 fastest times out of all of these heats. 8:77 is the bubble time right now. That's a close finish. And it was lane 1, Jasmine Ratcliffe, Portland State, 849. Young, 852. And the third automatic qualifier will be Jean Charleston Southern, 858. Right now, looks like the bubble time is 8:73. Scheduling is 5th of 7 heats. Thonia Ballard, North Carolina Central, in 1. Leah Brown, Arkansas, 2. Alexandria Johnson, Ohio State, 3. Alexis Smith, Essex Community College, 4. Taranisha Taylor, Pittsburgh, 5. Rashida Dooling, Charleston Southern, in 6. Ashley Davis, Coastal Carolina, 7. Alex Goshenor from Arkansas, in lane 8. Lean 5, it's Tarnisha Taylor, Pittsburgh. 2 more heats coming up. Going to the finals in the shot put, Danny Blake from Wisconsin. 66 feet, 8 3/4 of an inch in the lead men's shot put. Taylor, 849, Smith, Essex, and Johnson, Ohio State, automatic qualifiers. Bubble time now down to 871 with 2 heats remaining in this women's 60-meter championship trials. Heat 6 of 7, lane 1 will be Tyler Brockington, South Carolina. 2 will be Taryn Hartfield, Mississippi. 3 will be Iris Chichoki from Columbia. Kayla Anderson, American International. Lane 4, we welcome her back here to one of her favorite tracks, the Armory. Lexa Stroman, Virginia Commonwealth, lane 5. Chantel Scott, Connecticut in 6. Enya Haley, Arizona in 7. Nia Schoford from Hampton in 8. And Jackie Modisette from Harvard in lane 9. Lane 1, out well, lane 1s and 2. Taryn Hartfield, Mississippi. Tyler Brockington, South Carolina. And then on the outside. And on the outside, lane 7, Haley is the winner. Nenya Haley, Arizona, 829. Qualifying for the semifinals, Hartfield, Mississippi, 852. And the third automatic qualifier from Heat 6 was Scott, Connecticut. 1 more heat to go, 3 more automatic. 864 is now the bubble time. So the top 3 in this heat will be automatic, and then anyone that beats 8.64. Heat 7 of 7. Shemaya Brooks, Clemson, will be in lane 1. Lane 2, Mary Nall from Mississippi. 3, Catherine Fry from Monmouth. Lane 4, Tracy Hicks from Arizona. Lane 5, Michelle Anthony from the University at Albany. Lane 6, Nicole Laws, Brigham Young University. Lane 7, Autumn Franklin from Harvard. Lane 8, Brianna Norman from Hampton. And lane 9 from North Carolina Central, Jasmine Wanamaker. Full 9. Lane 4.
Way outside, way outside.
On the outside, lane 9. Brianna Norman, Hampton, automatic qualifier. Hicks, Arizona as well. And Laws, BYU, 873. So the bubble time should move it. And anybody that ran faster than 864 should be in the finals as well, semifinals as well. 27 coming back for the semifinals. And we're going to the final 3 rounds in the men's shot put. Currently in third from Youngstown State, 18 meters, 35, 60 feet, 2.5 inches, Bobby Grace. In second from Cornell, 18 meters, 50, 60 feet, 8.5 inches, Stephen Mosiah. And our leader, 19 meters, 12, 62 feet, 8.75 of an inch, Danny Block from Wisconsin. Finals, 3 rounds, men's shot put. We have 6 preliminary heats coming up in the men's trials of the hurdles. In each of these 6 heats, the top 4 will qualify automatically along with the next 3 fastest times. 6 heats, top 4 automatically qualify along with the next 3 fastest times. And here we go with the men's trials, high hurdles. This is the championship. Kyle Martin, Virginia Commonwealth, will be in lane 1. Lane 2 from Cincinnati, Dalen Moore. Lane 3 from Florida International, Desmond McGill. Lane 4 from Claflin, Dennis Bain. Lane 5 from Mississippi, Robert Semien. Lane 6 from Harvard, Jarvis Harris. Lane 7 from Ottawa, Siku Kaba. And lane 8 from Toronto, Gregory McNeil. Top 4 in each of these 6 heats, along with the next 3 fastest times, will qualify for the 27-man semifinals. Look like lane 4, look like Dennis Bain. Claflin will wait for the photo.
Okay, so after these, got the women's 60-meter championship heats. We're going to have heats, semis, and finals.
And it is Bain from Claflin. Dennis Bain, 790. Semien, Mississippi, 793. Kaba, Ottawa, 796. And the 4th automatic qualifier, Martin, Virginia Commonwealth.
Probably just the last day in school. That's how much time we have.
any open? Well, if it's better than schedule in his second of 6 heats. Lane 1, Landon Hargrove, South Florida. Lane 2, Xavier Waller from Virginia Commonwealth. Lane 3, Freddie Crittenden from Syracuse. Lane 4, Justin Johnson from Clemson. Lane 5, Wallace Spencer from Howard. 6, Junior St. Pro from Bethune-Cookman. Cameron Hall, Savannah State, is in lane 7. Kyle Smith, Missouri, in lane 8.
Oh, you know what, Dennis? We turned off the screen. Just press the. Okay, so turn it back off.
But for the oval, it's okay. And I don't understand why there's a difference, but evidently there is.
What?
What's coming back from the 60s?
3 plus 6? So 3 of all the heats plus 6.
You have how many heats? 7? 7.
Wait, top 3 in each heat plus 6 fast over. Okay. 6 fast is overall.
Lanes 5 and 3 at the wire. Wallace Spencer, Howard, Freddie Crittenden from Syracuse. I guess we were wrong. And I guess we missed something. It was Johnson, Clemson, 795. Spencer Howard, 795. Crittenden, there we. Spencer, Johnson, still looking at Hall, Smith. Heat 3, lane 1. Jordan Ferguson, Monmouth. 2, Taylor Andrews, Army. 3, Dondre Eccles from South Carolina. 4, Todd Townsend, North Carolina A&T. Lane 5, Desmond Palmer, Pittsburgh. 6, Carl Kajus from Essex. 7, Roy Smith, North Carolina. 8, Paul Barrett from South Florida. And on the board, they have the correction. Spencer. Spencer, Crittenden, Hall, and Smith, automatic qualifiers. Lanes 7 and 3 look close together. Roy Smith, North Carolina, 796. His second. Andrews, Army, 794. And we'll wait a second.
right now.
Now it's Eccles, South Carolina, 794. Smith, North Carolina, 796. Andrews, Army, 812. And Townsend, North Carolina, 816. Heat 4, Jesse Canervo, South Carolina, in lane 1. Martin Keller from Vermont in 2. Max Hairston, Cornell in 3. Nick Beavers, Army in 4. Jeremy Dorsey, Coppin State 5. Christian Boateng, Morgan State 6. Donald Pollitt from Syracuse in 7. Dennis Pugh from Florida A&M. Three is vacant. 7 and 8 of it. Looked like the inside. Jesse Canervo. Pollard, Syracuse, 798. Canervo, South Carolina, 802. Keller, Vermont, 816. Dorsey, Coppin State next. 808 is the bubble time for the final. Lane 2 is Anthony Williams, George Mason, Tremaine Banks, Bethune-Cookman 3, Devon Carter, North Carolina 4, Trey Holloway, Hampton 5, Christopher Grinley, South Florida 6, Elisha Britton from Clemson 7, Matthias Wicks, Oklahoma 8. Looks like lane 7 is vacant. Lane 3, Tremaine Banks. Final heat coming up. And Banks, Bethune-Cookman, 793. Holloway, Hampton, 795. Wicks, Oklahoma, 803. Carter, North Carolina, 806. What? 806 now becomes the spotlight. But he's automatic, but the other 806. 4 women, the top 4. Top 4. And this will be the final heat. 4 more automatic qualifiers. And out of these 6 heats, the next 3 fastest times will be in the semifinals. Scheduled in this 6th and final heat, lane 1, Javon Davis. Lane 2, Mississippi State, rather. Lane 3, Jermaine Collier, South Carolina. Lane 4, Jalen Walker, Monmouth. 5, Wilner Marcelin Tiffin. Lane 7, Darren McCluskey, Syracuse. And lane 8, from North Carolina, Paul Haley. The field remains intact.
One thing before. Lane 6 is open. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 5. Lane 5 is, that's what's supposed to be. Okay. Before you start, I'm just going to tell them the time of the semifinals. How quickly are we going to call down the finalists? Boy, he's wild going in.
That was Jermaine Collier, South Carolina. The semifinals for the men in the hurdles will be at 5:50. The women's semifinals will be at 6 o'clock. Again, semifinals for the men's hurdles, 5:50. Women's semifinals at 6 o'clock. It's about 35 minutes.
Are we going to get the finalists? Oh, you have to do it by memory.
We're not going to read 27 names, are we? In the semifinals?
No, I'm talking about who was qualified.
Next on the track, we have 7 heats of the women's 60-meter. The semifinals will be at 6 p.m. today. And the qualifications for the 7 heats, the top 3 from each heat, plus the next 6 fastest overall, will be competing in our 6 p.m. semifinal today. And for heat number 1, competing today, in lane 2, Davis of Savannah State. In lane 3, Valentine of Kansas. 4, Johnson of Villanova. 5, Shufford of Hampton. 6, Bandy of South Carolina. 7, Abraham of Ohio State. 8, Wood of Kennesaw State. And 9, Williams of St. John's. And that is heat 1 of the women's 60-meter dash.
You don't know your heat? No. What's your heat? One more time? 1490 top. Top? Okay. What heat is that? That's 5. What's your last name? Howie Clark. 7 lane 4.
And here goes he one. Ashley Abraham of Ohio State. Men's open long jump, please report to the runway. Men's open long jump, please report to the runway. And once again, in Heat 1, Abraham was our winner from Ohio State, 7:31. Up next, Heat 2, competing. Lane 2, Gordon of Cincinnati. 3, Craddock of Cal State Los Angeles. 4, Oliver of North Carolina. 5, Johnson of Bethune-Cookman. 6, Stinson of Savannah State. 7, Anderson of Connecticut. 8, Ricketts of Essex Community College. And 9, Johnson of South Carolina. Heat 2 of the women's 60-meter. Javian Oliver of North Carolina. Winner of Heat 2, Johnson. Heat 3. Lane 1, Fluelin, Florida International. 2, Pedro, Ohio State. 3, Whittle, Kennesaw State. 4, Boston, Arizona. 5, Stevens, Missouri. 6, Harrison, Syracuse. 7, Smalls, Connecticut. 8, Gray, South Carolina. And 9, Lovely from St. John's. Bubble time is 7:70. And here we go with Heat 3. Shayna Harrison of Syracuse. $742, Harrison from Syracuse. Heat 4. Lane 1, Boyer, Mississippi. 2, Murphy, South Carolina. 3, Jean, Charleston Southern. 4, Sykes, Ohio State. 6, Evans, Maryland Eastern Shore. And 7, Denmark, Hampton. Bubble time is 7:65 for the women's 60 meters.
Question is, how are the people going to know if they made these semifinals? They still don't know yet. Oh, they posted, so they can see it all. So we don't have to announce it. It's crazy. Not really. That's why there's no pressure.
One coach went crazy on that one race.
Were we right?
One? One? Oh, five. Five.
There is no 5.
How about there is no five? Number ends in 7-9. Lane 4.
Chesna Sykes of Ohio State.
Men's shot put championship is now history in the top 3. Third place from Youngstown State, Bobby Grace. 18 meters, 75, 61, 6 1/4. The runner-up from Wisconsin, 19 meters, 12, 62 feet, 8 3/4 of an inch, Danny Block. And our champion men's shot put from Cornell with a put of 19 meters, 57, 64 feet, 2.5 inches, champion Stephen Mosier.
Heat 5 of the women's 60-meter dash. Lane 1, Gardner of Cincinnati. 2, Cooper of Mississippi. 3, Reed of Bethune-Cookman. 4, Haynes of Albany. 5, Jackson of Florida International. 6, Barbian, Harvard. 7, Cunningham, Columbia. 8, Keys from Kansas. And 9, Norman from Hampton. No false start charged for Heat 5. Heat 5. Danielle Barbian of Harvard. Barbarian of Harvard, her time is 7:48. Heat 6 of the women's 60 meter. Lane 1, Lee of Coastal Carolina. 2, Jackson, UMBC. 3, Smith, Essex CC. 4, Ehikumari, Columbia. 5, Smith Jenkins, Connecticut. 6, Hardin, Cal State Los Angeles. 7, Connolly, Kansas. 8, Gower, BYU. And 9, Fountain, Clemson. The bubble time for the women's 60 meter is 7:63. Once again, this is heat 6 of the women's 60 meter. And Mercedes Jackson of UMBC.
I've never worn this one here before. I didn't get it till last year in March.
Jackson of UMBC, her time is 7:51. And her final section of the women's 60 meter dash. And that championship will be at 6 p.m. The semifinals will be at 6 p.m. Heat 7, Lane 1, Ratcliffe of Portland State. 2, Hadley, Clemson. 3, Green, Morgan State. 4, Atcho, Monroe College. 5, Williams, Arkansas. 6, Taylor, Pittsburgh. 7, Sunchova, Kennesaw State. 8, Jones, Oklahoma. And 9, Scott from George Mason.
By the way, I discovered, see, I like tea. I like it, but you can't drink it on the snot. You can put a little straw in it. I never did.
I do that sometimes in coffee.
I don't want somebody trying to sick a little bit.
I know, it's terrible. It's usually too late for coffee, but... Once again, our final heat of the women's 60 meter. Regine Williams of Arkansas. Williams of Arkansas, 7:41.
And now the men take over. These will be the trial heats. This is the AT&T sponsored AT&T Men's Championship 60 meters, and it all starts here in the trials. There'll be 8 trial heats, the top 3 in each of these heats, along with the next 3 fastest times will come back. 27 men in these semifinals. Coaches, your times are posted on the wall just beyond the finish line. Make sure you check to see if your athletes have made the semifinals in the hurdles. Lane 1 will be Kalo Moore, Mississippi. 2, Walter Panay from Monroe. Lane 3, Jalen Hubbard from Northwood, Florida. Lane 4, Jamal Brantley, Citadel. Lane 5, Bruno Hortolano Roy from Cornell. Lane 6, Eric Winfrey, South Carolina. Lane 7, Amir Dupre from Monmouth. And lane 8, Sharif Lewis, South Florida.
Beautiful. This is good. See, this is good. That's what we want to do with the high school kids.
Okay.
That we don't really get them.
That's close finish between lanes 1, 5, and 6. The times will be posted momentarily. In the women's pole vault, the bar is now 4 meters 10, 13 feet 5, 1/4 of an inch, and we still have 14 competitors still in the competition. 4 meters 10, 13 5 1/4, 14 left, women's pole vault. Up on the board, Winfrey, South Carolina, 677. Orlano, 678. Moore, Mississippi, 683. The automatic qualifiers. Trial heat number 2 of 8 coming up. Lane 1, Ife Uwafo from Harvard. Lane 2, Darius Tolbert from Kentucky State. Lane 3, Tyler Holloman, Northwood, Florida. Lane 4, Maurice Eddy from North Carolina A&T. Lane 5 is Jalen Miller from Mississippi. 6, Kenneth Chambers, Missouri. 7, Alfred Higgs, South Florida. And lane 8 from George Mason, Walter Mitchell.
So I haven't been waiting, so if we call somebody, I don't want to keep them waiting either. So, and it's a chance. So if we put it's better than leaving somebody out.
Out quickly, middle of the track, looked like lane 5, Jalen Miller from Ole Miss. Miller, 676. Higgs, 685. 80. 695. They're the automatic qualifiers. 699 right now is the bubble time. Heat 3 of 8. Lane 1, Omar Lane, Tiffin. Lane 2, Christopher Belcher, Monroe. Lane 3, Marquesh Woodson, Missouri. Lane 4, Marquise Noble from North Carolina A&T. Lane 5, Emmanuel Grembo from Tiffin. Lane 6, Anderson Denner, Kingsborough. Lane 7, Angelo Cabrera, Bethune-Cookman. Lane 8, Eric Kahana, Monmouth. And lane 9, El Haj Ntoy from McGill.
If he gives, I'm going to ask him, if he gives us a list of some of the, do we have a list for this school? I'm talking about,
Lanes 1, 5, 6 vacant, down the straightaway. Lane 3 out there, that was Marquise Woodson, Missouri. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. So which lane is missing? We have 8, it's 9 is scheduled. Woodson, 670. Lane, Tiffin, 692. Cabrera, Bethune-Cookman, 693. They're the automatic qualifiers. Which lane looks vacant? Yes. Which lane is vacant? Heat 4, Lane 1, Alexander Paul, Florida International. Lane 2, Reggie Lewis, Clemson. Lane 3, Andrew Ezekoya, Harvard. Lane 4, vacant. Lane 5, Ryan Bermudez from South Carolina. Lane 6, Kareem Morris, Albany. Lane 7, Javon Spencer, Maryland Eastern Shore. Lane 8, Tamani Wilson, Harvard. Lane 9, Mohammed Alasan from Arizona. And lane 2, that was Reggie Lewis from Clemson. Lewis, 678. Wilson, 688. And Ezekoya from Harvard, 692. Hassan, Arizona, 692. 3 are automatic, and the bubble time is now 693. 4 more heats to go. Lane 1 from Coppin State, Adrian Jean-Kep. Lane 2, Rossi Johnson from Charleston Southern. Lane 3, Tremaine Banks, Bethune-Cookman. Lane 4, Desmond Lawrence, North Carolina A&T. Lane 5, Taquan Johnson, Monroe College. Lane 6, Stephon Goodwin, Tiflin. Lane 7, Chris Summers from Northwood, Florida. 8, Sir Junior Joseph, Kingsborough Community College. And lane 9, Alton Elifar, Florida International. Now it's going to be 8. Number 9 is going to be out. And lane 9 will be vacated. Jean-Kep, Johnson, Banks, Lawrence, Johnson, Goodwin, Summers, and Joseph. Heat 5 of 8. And lane 4, that was Desmond Lawrence, North Carolina A&T. Lawrence 670, Banks 682, and Johnson 687. 692 it is. And the bubble now moves to 692 with 3 heats remaining. Heat 6, Michael Blake, Monroe is in lane 1, 2, Release Boston from Oklahoma. Daquan Smalls, George Mason in 3, Sean Smith, Kansas in 4, Kendall Key, South Carolina in 5, Kinshard Hamilton, Savannah State 6, Fan Charles, Brigham Young University, and 8, Trey Holloway, Hampton. Lane 2 is vacant, as is lane 8. Blake, Small, Smith, Key, Hamilton, and Charles. Lanes 5, looks like 5 and 6. And lane 5 was Kendall Key, South Carolina. Key, 675, Hamilton, 688, Smith, 694. Bubble time still 692 with 2 heats remaining in these trial heats. Lane 1, Jonathan Fagan, Seton Hill. Lane 2, Adeji Raymond, George Mason. Lane 3, Derek Hopkins, South Florida. Lane 4 from Coppin State is Sean Cowie Clark. Lane 5 from Vermont, Romario Bailey. Lane 7 from Oregon State, Ricardo Griggs. Lane 8, Robert Harris III from Albany. And lane 9, Michael Granger from Mississippi, Ole Miss. Lane 3 and 8 across the finish together. Derek Hopkins. That was Michael Granger in lane 9, Mississippi.
So we're behind schedule. We're going to lose more time during the semis. So probably at least
it was Granger, Mississippi, 681. Hopkins, South Florida, 688. Griggs, Morgan State, 692. And this will be the final heat. 692, still the bubble time. In this 8th final heat, Christian Boateng, Morgan State in 1. Lane 2 is Tony Marshall, Tiffin. Lane 3, Harold Bulgar from Sherbrooke. Lane 4, Chris Royster, South Carolina. Lane 5, Tevin Hester, Clemson. Lane 6, Justin Leggett from Savannah State. Lane 7, Christian Campbell, Florida International. Lane 8, Sean Cooper, University, Maryland, Baltimore County. And lane 9, Jonathan Harper, Bowie State. Now quickly, that was Tevin Hester and Harold Bulgar.
We have the semifinals for the hurdles?
Hester, Clemson, 675. Bulgar, Sherbrooke, 681. Royster, 686 from South Carolina. The bubble time was 6.92. And apparently we have a tie for that number, so they're going to go to the 1,000. Coaches, again, check out on the wall the qualifiers for the semifinals. They're posted on the wall just beyond the finish line. Coming up next, these are the semifinals for the men's hurdles. There will be 3 semifinal heats, the top 2 in each of these 3 heats, along with the next 3 fastest times, will come back for tonight's hurdle championship, which will be at 7:20. Lane 1, Landon Hargrove, South Florida. Lane 2, Devon Carter, North Carolina. 3, Matthias Wicks, Oklahoma. 4, Roy Smith, North Carolina. 5, Dondre Eccles from South Carolina. Lane 6, Wallace Spencer, Howard. Lane 7, Justin Johnson, Clemson. Lane 8, Javon Davis, Mississippi State. And lane 9, Jeremy Dorsey, Coppin State. And lane 1 is vacant. Lane 5 is also vacant. It looked like Justin Johnson, Clemson. Top 2 automatic and the next 3 on time. That is Johnson, Clemson 783. Smith, North Carolina 793. And Carter, Spencer, 797. Then Carter.
Looks like you got everything filled here. Looks like everything.
Semi-final heat number 2 of 3. Lane 1, Christopher Grinley from South Florida. Lane 2 from Missouri, Kyle Smith. Lane 3, Cameron Hall, Savannah State. Lane 4, Trey Holloway, Hampton. Lane 5, Tremaine Banks, Bethune-Cookman. 6, Jermaine Collier, South Carolina. Lane 7, Jussie Canervo from South Carolina. Taylor Andrews, Army in 8. And Wilner Marcellin Tiffin will be in lane 9. Semi-final heat 2. Top 2 automatic in each of these 3 heats, and the next 3 fastest times. Close between lanes 5 and 6, Tremaine Banks, Bethune-Cookman. Jermaine Collier from South Carolina. Collier, South Carolina, 785. Banks, Bethune-Cookman, 786. They're the automatics. Holloway, 8.00. Let's change that to Hall. Hall by the 1,000th, 8.00. And Holloway, 8.00 as well. Third, final heat. Freddie Crittenden from Syracuse in 1. Dalen Moore, Cincinnati in 2. Sekou Kaba from Ottawa in 3. Robert Simeon, Mississippi in 4. Dennis Bain, Claflin in 5. Donald Pollard from Syracuse in 6. Jalen Walker, Monmouth in 7. 8 is Martin Kallur from Vermont. And 9, Jordan Ferguson from Monmouth. Bubble time is 8.00. 8 flat is now the bubble time. Simeon and Bain. It's Robert Simeon, Miss Ole Miss.
Completed jumping at 13.5 1/4 with 7 over. That's our next one.
In women's pole vault, completed jumping at 4 meters 10, 13.5 1/4. 7 are over. Bar going up to 4 meters 20, 13 feet 9 1/4 inches. And that was Bain. Claflin, 781. Simeon, Ole Miss, 785. Paulette, Syracuse 787. 798 or faster, you're in the finals. 798 or faster are the qualifying finalists. For the women, the same. We're going to have 3 heats. Top 2 in each heat automatically qualify, and the next 3 fastest times. The final will be at 7:16 tonight. Women's open long jump, Jesse James leads, 6 meters 45, 21 feet 2 inches. She's formerly with the Central Park Track Club. Heat 1 of 3, here's how they line up. Alexis Stroman, Virginia Commonwealth in lane 1. Nicole Laws, Brigham Young University 2. Tracy Hicks, Arizona 3. Taryn Hartfield, Mississippi 4. Norman Hampton 5. Ugard, Mississippi State 6. Young is 7. University of Laval. Wallace, Mississippi State 8. And Edwards, Carleton University 9. Lane 5, Brianna Norman, Hampton.
But this one is the one we're saying is Laval?
I don't think it's Université, right?
Maybe University out.
Right, okay, I see.
Heat 2 coming up. Lane 1, Jerica Sanders, Cincinnati. 2, Olivia Haggerty from Oklahoma. 3, Molly Williams, South Carolina. Lane 4 is Stacy McNeil, Mississippi State. Kiana Latham, Wisconsin in 5. Jessica Gillibert, Coastal Carolina 6. Lindsay Vollmer from Kansas in 7. Malern Jane from Charleston Southern in 8. And Jennifer Cannon from Vanderbilt in 9. Lane 8 is vacated.
It's amazing. We saw this one. That's like calling whether you're calling a false start.
Lanes 5 and 6 on the line together. Latham, Gillibert, Jesse James has improved to 6 meters 49, 21 feet 3 and 1/2 inches. Final heat, women's high hurdles. Lane 1, Thonia Ballard from North Carolina Central. 2, Anna Amsterdam from Clemson. 3, Alexandra Johnson from Ohio State. 4, Jasmine Radcliffe, Portland State. Ninya Haley, Arizona in 5. Tarnisha Taylor, Pittsburgh in 6. Lexus Smith, Essex in 7. 8 belongs to Chantel Scott, Connecticut. 9, Tyler Brockington, South Carolina. 8:48 is the bubble. Latham, Wisconsin, 8:33. Gillibert was second in that previous heat. This is putting up heat 2. And Vollmer, Kansas, 8:47. What's the bubble time? 8:48, bubble time for the finals.
After this race, we're going to pull the hurdles, so there's a time to have a 30-second commercial.
On your marks.
Lane. Ninya Haley, Arizona. Haley, 8:25. Taylor, Pittsburgh, 8:50. Johnson, Ohio State, 8:57. 8:48 or faster, you will be in the finals. 8:48 or faster. Jeremy Hicks down the runway in the long jump. Women's 60-meter championship. This is the semifinals. 3 heats, top 2 in each of these 3 heats, along with the next 3 fastest times, will be in the finals. Heat 1 of 3, Asia Cooper, Mississippi, will be in lane 1. Kennedy Bayer from Mississippi will be in 2. Leisha Whittle, Kennesaw State, 3. Tremaine Poston from Arizona will be in lane 4. Regina Williams, Arkansas in 5. Shayna Harrison, Syracuse in 6. Deanna Valentine, Kansas in 7. Ati Johnson, South Carolina in 8. And Rika Lovely, St. John's in lane 9. And lane 8 is vacant. Lane 7 is vacated. That's a tight finish. Looked like Virginia Williams, Arkansas. Williams, Arkansas, 742. Harrison, Syracuse, 743. Poston, Arizona, 748. Semifinal heat number 2, Jillian Haynes, Albany in 1. Jasmine Radcliffe, Portland State 2. Sydney Conley, Kansas in 3. Leon Evans, Maryland Eastern Shore in 4. Chestnut Sykes, Ohio State in 5. Danielle Barbian from Harvard in 6. Taranisha Taylor, Pittsburgh in 7. Priyanka Reed, Bethune-Cookman in 8. And Camry Jackson, Florida International in lane 9. Lane 5, that was Chesna Sykes, Ohio State. Pole vault, we've had 2 clearances at 4 meters, 20, 13 feet, 9 1/4 inches. Third, final, semifinal heat. Lane 1 from Columbia, Marvelous, Hukwamari. Lane 2 from South Carolina, Vashti Bandy. Lane 3 from North Carolina, Javianne Oliver. Lane 4 from Bethune-Cookman, Tristy Johnson. Lane 5 from Ohio State, Ashley Abraham. Lane 6 from University of Maryland, Baltimore County, Mercedes Jackson. Lane 7 from Kansas, Alicia Keys. Lane 8 from Clemson, Whitney Fountain. And lane 9 from Essex Community College, Renee Ricketts. And we just had our third clearance in the pole vault at 13 feet 9 1/4. Bubble is 753. Ashley Abraham, Ohio State. Abraham, Ohio State. Abraham, 732. Jackson, University of Maryland, Baltimore County, 741. Ricketts, Essex, 749. 749 is the last time to qualify. If you ran 749 or faster, you are in tonight's final. The women's final will be at 7:32. For the men, 3 semifinal heats. The top 2 and the next 3 fastest times will be in the final. Men's final will be at 7:35 tonight. Heat number 1, lane 1 from Arizona, Muhammad Al-Hassan. Lane 2, Ricardo Griggs, Morgan State. Lane 3, Damani Wilson, Harvard. Lane 4, Bruno Ortolano Roy, Cornell. Lane 5, Tevin Hester, Clemson. Lane 6, Kendall Key, South Carolina. Lane 7, Harold Bogar from Sherbrooke. Lane 8, Christopher Belcher, Monroe College. Lane 9, Angelo Cabrera, Bethune-Cookman. Tevin Hester, Clemson.
Who has communication with Rob upstairs?
Gentlemen, a quick pop-up and return, please. Thank you.
Hester, 665. Key, 675. Orlando Roy, Cornell, 682.
So Kitty's jumping in 420. We have 4 jumpers left. We're on to 425.
Bar and the pole vault going up to 4 meters, 25, 13, 11 and a quarter. And there are 4 jumpers, 4 vaulters still in the competition. Heat number 2, lane 1. Sharif Lewis, South Florida. 2, Andrew Zakoya, Harvard. Lane 3, Kinshard, Hamilton, Savannah State. 4, Michael Granger, Mississippi. 5, Desmond Lawrence, North Carolina A&T. 6, Jalen Miller, Mississippi. 7, Tremaine Banks, Bethune-Cookman. Kayla Moore, Mississippi in 8. And 9, Sean Smith, Kansas. In lane 5, that was Desmond Lawrence, North Carolina A&T. Lawrence, North Carolina, A&T, 674. Miller, Mississippi, 675. Moore, Ole Miss, 679. Final, semifinal heat, 6:83 is the bubble time. Stefan Goodwin, Tiflin in lane 1. Rossi Johnson, Charleston Southern in 2. Derek Hopkins, South Florida in 3. Reggie Lewis, Clemson in 4. Marquesh Woodson, Missouri in 5. Eric Winfrey, South Carolina 6. Lane 7 is Alfred Higgs, South Florida. 8, Chris Royster, South Carolina. And Maurice Iddy from North Carolina A&T in lane 9. Lane 5, that was Marquesh Woodson from Missouri.
And now for the next event on the track, which is the junior girls 600 meters. But first, we need to clear the track. Meet record in this event, 1:29.85, set by Charlene Lipsey. And of course, the national record, 1:29.27, by Janine Davis, set in 2005. Janine representing Queen of Peace High School in New Jersey. So here we go from the inside in lane 1, from Orangeburg, New York. This is Erin Jaskut. Lane 2 from Staten Island, New York. Say hello to Yasmin Wilson-Jones. Lane 3 from Barrington, Rhode Island. Abigail Livingston. Lane 4 from Garden City, New York, Emma Gallagher. In lane 5 from Maplewood, New Jersey, she's the national high school outdoor champion at 400 meters and took silver in the World Youth Games in Donetsk for the USA, as well as anchoring the sprint medley relay to the winning position. Olivia Baker goes in 5. And in lane 6 from Dedham, Massachusetts, Amy Piccolo. .600 meters, junior girls. Mr. Gillette. Baker in 5 has said she's come to chase the national record by Janine Davis, set in 2005. It's a great record. Alas, Janine is not here to witness this attempt. She's at a track meet herself with her team. Olivia Baker, Maplewood, New Jersey, such a versatile athlete. 28-1 at 200 meters. Emma Gallagher in second. She's had some wins at the Army this indoor season as well. Many of these athletes have been hampered by the weather in New York certainly the last 2 weeks. 28-1 was that first 200. Baker on the inside, Gallagher on her outside. That's the bell. 59-4, they've got work to do to get this record. Baker, Gallagher. Familiar rivals, 100 meters to go. 1:29.27, the national record. Meet record 1:29.85. Olivia Baker going to Stanford in the fall, and she'll win, but how about the clock? It's going to be close, but just outside. Olivia Baker wins from Emma Gallagher. 1:30.58 for Olivia. Gallagher 1:32.13. The previous best this indoor season, 1:32.96 by Maddie Berkson of Rhode Island. And the first four have all beaten that. Wilson Jones at 1:32.86 and Jascott at 1:32.92. And I don't know what that gun represents other than it was a misfire.
Coming up next, the women's 500-meter championship. 3 sections. And we'll pick up these young ladies when the race gets underway. Katrina Donarski, Army in lane 1. 2 is Sydney Robinson, Hampton. Crystal Nelson, Kingsborough. Shayna Presley, St. John's. Robinson, early lead. Presley in the second. Third is Nelson. 25.9, first 200 meters. One lap to go, 200 meters. Robinson, Presley, Nelson. Robinson, Presley, Nelson, final half lap. 55.9, 400 meters. Robinson. $113.91 for Robinson. Presley 114.53. Nelson 114.77. Donarski 123.19. 113.91. Section 2 coming up. On the inside, Natasha Rodriguez, St. John's, Brittany Pringley, Clemson, Jessica Gilbert, Coastal Carolina, Kenzie Berry, BYU, Whitney Adams, Kansas, Fiona Callender from Toronto. As they come to the break, 3, 4, 6. Gilbert, Berry, and Callender, 25.4, 200 meters. Moving into second, that is Callender. 1 lap to run. Gilbert, Coastal Carolina. Callender. Gilbert, 55.1. Gilbert. Final 40 meters. Jessica Gilbert holds on. Fast closing. Whitney Adams from Kansas. Gelibert, 112.66. Whitney Adams, Kansas, 112.92. Calendar, 114.41. 112.66. Time to beat now. Final section. Nia Fluker, Clemson. Oceana Archer, Mississippi State. Nigel Kusar from Clemson. Diamond Dixon from Kansas. And Sierra Brown from Hampton. 25-1, first 200 meters. 25-1. It's Dixon, Brown, and Archer. 1 lap to run, 200 meters. 5-6-3. Dixon, Brown, and Archer. Dixon and Brown, final half lap. Final 100 meters. 53.8 at 400 meters. Diamond Dixon from Kansas. Diamond Dixon, Sierra Brown, and holding on to third is Oceana Archer. That's the fastest time in the country by an American or a collegian. For Diamond Dixon, put your hands together, 1:10.06. This is the second fastest in the history of this meet. Diamond Dixon from the Jayhawks of Kansas. Men's 500 meters coming up next. This is the Steve Wong 500 meters. We have 3 sections. We don't have a 1, 6. All right. Is anybody out? Field still intact. Lane 2, Ben Greenwald, Vermont. Lane 3, Chris Smith, Army. Lane 4, Tyler Walasek from Wisconsin. Lane 5, Dustin James II, Mississippi State. First of 3 sections, this is the Ben Wong 500-meter championship race. James, Smith, Walasek, 22.6, 200 meters. One lap to run. James, Smith, and Walasek. James, Smith, Walasek. Walasek moves into second. Walasek takes the lead. Tyler Walasek from Wisconsin down the straightaway to the finish line with that big move. That was Tyler Walasek, Wisconsin, followed by Chris Smith from the Army, 64.34. James II, 64.87. Greenwald, 65.45. Section 2 of 3, championship, 500 meters. We have all lanes in there? open. Lane 2, Aaron Thompson, Wisconsin. Lane 3, Rilwan Alawul from North Carolina. Lane 4, Alistair Mooner, Mississippi State. Lane 6, Scotty Hearn, Mississippi State. Hearn into the lead. 22-1, first 200 meters. Scotty Hearn, Mississippi State. One more lap, 200 meters. Hearn, Alawone, and Mooner. Scotty Hearn pouring it on. 46.8, 400 meters. Oh, down the straightaway, final 50 meters. Scotty Hearn, Mississippi State. 61.58. 61.58. Thompson, 62.91. Alawone, 63.87. Mooner, 64.53. And our third final section, fastest seated section.
What's after that?
And Jill's going to do that. It does. Ibadin Hampton in lane 2. Kenneth McEwen, Kansas 3. Brandon McBride, Mississippi State 4. Bryson Spratling, Pittsburgh 5. Michael Stigler, Kansas in lane 6. 61.58. Yep. Hearn, Scotty Hearn.
Yeah. So, can you integrate those other things that this is supposed to be everything else for tonight? Along with this,
Kansas into the lead, Michael Stigler. Who's closing in? Have you make that number out? He's got the lead. And to the finish line.
it's 5-4.
And this is Bryson Spratling, Brandon McBride. 60.85 for Bryson Spratling. That's the American and collegiate lead now. 300ths of a second off the meet record for Bryson Spratling from Pittsburgh. McBride 61.40, McEwen 62.13.
And you have to pump. This is the winner. Arizona. Where's the trophy? Yeah,
That's the medley championship. That's later.
this is Arizona coming to this meet for the first time with a full team. And you have to say the coach's name.
This is the championship. This is the championship now.
What do you mean it's not the
This is
championship?
the Roadrunners. This is the New York Roadrunners.
What's that?
Oh, wait a minute. Is it the championship? Oh, it is.
Championship. The college one is later.
Okay.
So is that Arkansas lane 1? You got to go. Go. There's no lane 2. Nothing beyond 7.
No two?
No 7 and nothing. No 2 and nothing beyond 7.
Wearing number 1, it's Arkansas. Number 3 is Iowa State. 4, Vanderbilt. 5, Alabama. 6, Kansas. 7 is Arizona. And we welcome back Arizona here to the Armory College Invitational. Coach Fred Harvey and his team from Arizona. This will be 1,200, 400, 800, and the 1,600. Early lead is Arkansas. Arkansas.
66-6.
66-5, leadoff leg, Arkansas. Right behind, it's Iowa State. Alabama behind those two teams. Three laps to go on the leadoff legs. Arkansas, Iowa State, Alabama, Vanderbilt, Kansas.
I need them back. The race is done.
Arkansas leading.
Arkansas holding the lead. It's Braze Helmsfield.
Iowa State? Yeah. All right, you're second.
Iowa State in second. Leadoff 1,200 meter. Otich Perez. Alabama's third, 2:15.3. 800 meters split. Arkansas, Alabama, Iowa State. On the leadoff leg for Alabama, that is Merope. Arizona moves into third. Leadoff leg for Arizona, Katie Penny. Final lap, leadoff legs. Arkansas maintaining the lead. Arkansas, Arizona, Alabama. 400 meter legs, get ready to take the baton.
Very good leadoff.
Arizona,
3:24.6.
3:24.6.
So now we've got
Alabama, Arizona battling for second. Iowa State is behind.
that's Arkansas leading.
Shauna Williams on the 400 meter leg. Tamara Budget on the 400 for Arizona. Arkansas holding on to the lead. Iowa State, Arizona, Alabama.
There's Iowa State into second.
Iowa State into second on the 400 leg. It's Essia Caro. 800 meter legs ready to take the baton.
Handing off to Stephanie Purple Brown.
Arkansas, Stephanie Brown takes the baton.
So 53-4 for Arkansas.
53-4 for Arkansas. Alabama. Alabama's third leg. Unique Malcolm. Iowa State third leg in the 800 meters. Okoro. E.J. Okoro. 3 to go in the 800 meters. Arkansas, Alabama, Iowa.
Iowa State.
Alabama, Iowa State. They're chasing Arkansas. 2 laps to go for Stephanie Brown. Alabama, Unique Malcolm, 2 to go. Iowa State, E.J. Okoro. Medisa Marshall, George Mason, the pole vault winner. She's got 1 attempt remaining.
At
14 feet 3 and a quarter. 4 meters 35.
Iowa State into second.
Iowa State moves into second. Closing it. Arkansas, Iowa State, Alabama, Kansas, Vanderbilt.
Iowa State's moving.
Iowa State closing the distance. And the 1,600-meter anchor legs ready to take the carry. Arkansas with a slight lead. Iowa State right behind.
2:06.9.
Here's Alabama. 70 Brown, 206.9 on the 800-meter leg. Here's Vanderbilt. Seven laps to go on the 1,600-meter leg. That's Dominique Scott. Iowa State anchored by Bethany Brown. Alabama's anchor leg, Kimberly.
I'll trade you in about 3 minutes.
6 remaining. Here comes the leader. Arkansas. Not far behind. It's Iowa State. Alabama maintaining third. Fourth is Vanderbilt.
So important, aren't they, with all this uniform business?
Well, yeah. I mean, and you know,
Fifth is Kansas and Arizona.
because those don't tend to fall off.
Coming up on 5 laps. It's the New York Road Runners College Championship Distance Medley. Arkansas,
Himesfield,
Iowa State,
Christian Williams.
Alabama.
Who's moving up into 4th there? It's Kansas, right? Kansas. Well,
Vanderbilt and Kansas running together for 4th place on the ankle leg for Vanderbilt.
that's the last leg for Vanderbilt.
Sora Barron,
And Kansas, who should
Kansas being anchored by Natalie Becker. 4 to go, halfway home. Arkansas, Iowa State,
I think it's over.
Alabama. Still running together, Vanderbilt, Kansas.
First 2 legs for Arkansas. Hemsfield and Williams.
Three to go. Here's your leader, maintaining that big lead. Arkansas. Iowa State. They have a solid second. Third is Alabama. Vanderbilt and Kansas next. Two laps to go. In the colors, the white and maroon of Arkansas. About a 50-meter lead now for Arkansas. Iowa State, they've got 50 meters on Alabama. 4th and 5th, Vanderbilt, Kansas, then Arizona. Bell App, Dominique Scott. Second, this is Iowa State. Bethany Brown on the anchor leg.
What'd you say?
And 1 lap to go in third place, Alabama.
Arkansas down the home stretch. This is it.
And down the home stretch, here comes Arkansas. That's the number 3 time in meet history for Arkansas. 10:57.15. Second will be Iowa State. And we may have a nice battle for third. Alabama, Vanderbilt, Kansas, down to the finish line. And it will be Alabama, Vanderbilt, Kansas, and Arizona, the New York Roadrunners Championship Distance Medley Relay.
He's back. There should be no number 12 here. Should be no number 12.
Once again, that time is the number 3 time ever run in this meet. Congratulations to the 4 young ladies from Arkansas.
And now for the next event of the track, which is the junior boys 1,000 meters. Bringing to you with hip number 1 from Perkasie, Pennsylvania, Joe Loeb. Hip number 2 from Albany, New York, Jake Johnson. Hip number 3, Kenneth Hagan of Blacksburg, Virginia. From Brooklyn, New York, Nolan Nathaniel wears hip number 4. Hip number 5, Simon Warner, Syosset, New York. Hip number 6, John Flannery from Bronxville. Hip number 7 from Staten Island, New York, Mohammed Barr. Hip number 8, Luke Gavigan for Orangeburg, that's New York. Hip number 9, Ryan Thomas from Charlottesville, Virginia. For Pearl River, New York, wearing hip number 10 is Brian Cook. Andrew Gazone goes with 11 from Scotch Plains, New Jersey. Junior boys, 1,000. Angela Murdoch will bring them back, who's doubling up in her capacity as starter and, of course, the meet director of the illustrious Bishop Lachlan Games. Meet record 2:22.28 by Robbie Andrews. There's a familiar name to us. So let's try it a second time. Here we go. 1,000 meters. Fastest time in the nation this year by Sean Kelly of Chaminade, 2:27.39. This is 200 split, and that's number 10 in the lead, Brian Cook from Pearl River. Then it's Jake Johnson, Albany, New York. 28.3 at 200. In third, wearing number 3, Kenneth Hagan of Blacksburg, and then in fourth, number 7, Mohammed Barr, Staten Island. And they're strung out in a line rather like the peloton in the Tour de France. This is 400 meters. 57.9. So that was a 29.6. Still, Brian Cook of Pearl River, number 10, over Jake Johnson of Albany, New York, wearing hip number 2. And in the burgundy top. Then Mohammed Barr, Staten Island, he's hip number 7. This will be 600 meters, 2 to go. 1:28.7 at 600. And now it's Jake Johnson from Albany trying to stretch them out. Still in second, Brian Cook of Pearl River. Coming up to 800 meters, and those gaps start to open up. This will be that familiar sound, the bell. 2, trying to make ground on his opponents. 1:59 flat. Jake Johnson, Albany, New York. And that's a great move by Kenneth Hagan of Blacksburg, Virginia. That's quite a move. Is it the decisive move? Down the stretch, Kenneth Hagan, Blacksburg, Virginia. And he will take this junior 1,000 meters. Very nice finish there indeed. Well, waiting for his official time. Fastest time in the nation, 2:27.39. And it was, that's the fastest time in the nation this indoor season, 2:26.94. Kenneth Hagan, Blacksburg, Virginia. Congratulations, Mr. Cook, second. What a finish. And I can quickly tell the top three in the junior girls 600 get the medals. Yasmin Wilson-Jones of Statline, 132.86. Emma Gallagher, Garden City, New York, 132.13. And winning was Olivia Baker, Maplewood, New Jersey, 130.58. Go and see Sue Cornfield in the center table to pick up your awards. So with that, we go back to the voice of the Jets in New York. You didn't have an excuse to come out onto the game last week. He was at the Super Bowl with a chain gang. He didn't have to make an appearance. Dennis Cornfield. Dennis, and your team lost.
Thank you, Ian. Here we go with the men's distance medley championship. This is the Mike Frankfurt men's distance medley relay. Wearing number 1 in this race will be Mississippi. 2 is Duke. Wearing number 3, and we welcome Mick Byrne, first time here with his team from Wisconsin. Number 4 is Alabama. 5, Oklahoma. 6 is BYU. And 7 is Villanova. 1,200, 400, 800, and 1,600 meters. 5 to go on the leadoff legs. Junior women's shot results. Going into the final 3, Alva Hicks, 16 meters, 23, 53 feet, 3 inches from Providence, Rhode Island. Leah Mistowski from Narragansett, Rhode Island, 16 meters, 3, 52, 7 1/4. Tanaya Mitchell from Mount Vernon, 15 meters, 89, 52 feet, 1 3/4 of an inch. 59.3, first 400 for Duke. On the leadoff leg for Duke, this is Alex Hunsweiler. Coming up on 3 laps. Duke, Wisconsin. On the leadoff leg for Wisconsin, that is Austin Mudd. Two laps to go on the leadoff legs. 157.8. Ole Miss in the third. Robert Dominik. Ole Miss in the second. Duke. Ole Miss. Ole Miss now takes the lead. Ole Miss. .400-meter legs ready to take over the carry. Ole Miss. Wisconsin second. On the 400, Montez Griffin for Ole Miss. For Wisconsin, that's Carl Hirsch. One more lap to go. Ole Miss, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Alabama. Oklahoma, that's Scott Peterson. Alabama, that's Dwight Davis. Ole Miss continuing to hold the lead. It's now the 800-meter legs underway. Ole Miss, Arkansas, Alabama, Duke, Oklahoma, and BYU, and Villanova. Oklahoma's third. Coming up on 3 laps to go. Ole Miss, this is Sean Tobin. Wisconsin, Babatuno, Oscar. Ole Miss maintaining the lead. Alabama in is second. Wisconsin. Alabama, that's Jacob Lobby. Final lap, 800-meter legs. Ole Miss, Alabama, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, and Duke. Alabama chasing Ole Miss, anchor exchange. Alabama second, Wisconsin. Oklahoma, Duke. On the anchor leg for Ole Miss, Daniel Bulmer.
I'll speak to Norm about that. I know, I'm going to give him grief.
7 to run. Ole Miss, Alabama. Alabama anchored by Matt Areola. Wisconsin anchoring the 1600 is Reed Connor. Six remain. Ole Miss, Alabama, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Duke. Anchoring for Oklahoma, Brandon Dougherty. Anchoring for Duke, Nate McCaffrey. But on the front end, 5 laps now. Ole Miss, right behind now, Alabama, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, and Duke. Those 5 teams. Four laps remain, 800 meters. Ole Miss, right on him, Alabama. Matt Areola anchoring for Alabama. Ole Miss, Daniel Bulmer. Coming up on 3 laps to run. Ole Miss, Alabama, Wisconsin. Reed Connor on the ankle for Wisconsin. 2.5 laps remain, 500 meters. Ole Miss, they've been leading most of the way. Alabama's right with them. Wisconsin has the eyes on both of those teams. Coming up on 2 laps to go. 400 meters. Into the lead, that's Alabama and Matt Irola. Daniel Bowmer right behind, that's Wisconsin. Reed Connor coming up on 300 meters to go. Alabama, Ole Miss, Wisconsin, Duke and Oklahoma. Down a straightaway, 250 meters remain. A distance medley relay championship. Alabama, Ole Miss, here comes Wisconsin. Wisconsin down the back straight. Wisconsin in the lead. Coming back, that's Ole Miss, Wisconsin, Ole Miss, Alabama. Final turn, down the straightaway, Wisconsin, Ole Miss, Alabama. It's Wisconsin, Ole Miss, Alabama, Oklahoma, Duke. (9:39.09) for Wisconsin. Mississippi 9:40.17. Alabama 9:41.23. And I'm sure Mick Byrne is happy to be here for the first time. The Badgers of Wisconsin.
And now for our next event on the track, which is the Junior Girls 1,000 meters. Hip number 1, Erin Stenman-Fay from Canterbury in Canada. Hip number 2, Ellison Grove, Haymarket, Virginia. Hip number 3, Emily Beatty, Blacksburg, Virginia. Hip number 4, Denise Branch, Queens, New York. Benjamin Cardoza, to be precise. Hip number 5, Gabrielle Wilkinson of Wynwood, Pennsylvania. 6, another young lady from Canada, Claire Smith from Ottawa. 7, Corrine Myers of Westwood, New Jersey. 8 is Bonnie Angermeyer from Blacksburg, Virginia. Megan Schweigert goes with number 9 from Fairfax, Virginia. Hip number 10 is Jen Fleming, Blacksburg, Virginia. Hip number 11, Angelique Damiot, Staten Island. And hip number 12, Kelly Hayes, Pearl River, New York. Meet record 2:45.76, Chanel Price. And the leading time by a student in high school this season, 2:39.25, Mary Kane at Bronxville. Always interesting to watch the tactics employed in this and all the high school and junior races. Gabrielle Wilkinson, Wynwood, Pennsylvania, hugging the inside. Ellison Grove of Haymarket in the very fashionable CEP socks is on her outside. 32.9 for the opening 200 meters. Denise Branch, Queens, New York, going up into second place on the outside. It's Gabrielle Wilkinson, Pennsylvania. Denise Branch wearing number 4. She just loves to front run. Unbeaten over the mile this indoor season at the Armory, and will be in the Millrose Games mile in just a week's time. 68.5. So after the 32.9, that's the 35.6. Still with Gabrielle Wilkinson. This time around, they'll come with 2 to go. Boy, they're all in it. Or as some would say, it's crowded at the front. Now number 6. Claire Smith from Ottawa, Canada, goes into the lead.
145.3.
In the all red.
145.3.
Now that has changed, hasn't it just? Claire Smith, Ottawa, Canada, has broken the race open. Now, who's going to come and chase her? That's the question. Here's the bell. 5 in second, Gabrielle Wilkinson of Pennsylvania. Then 2, Ellison Grove of Haymarket. There's the young lady from Ottawa in Canada, Claire Smith, who made the big move. But is it over with 100 meters to go? Gabrielle Wilkinson. She was there from the get-go, and she stayed there. Wilkinson on the outside, Smith on the inside. At the wide, Gabrielle Wilkinson takes a very well-deserved win there. Closing quickly for third was Erin Stenman-Fay of Canterbury, Canada. Very competitive race indeed. 2:51.71 for Miss Wilkinson. For Miss Smith, 2:52.45. Stenman-Fay, 2:52.56. And Grove, 2:53.53. Four by four is next. High school boys. From the inside, it's Cheltenham. Boys and girls, Newburgh, Union Catholic, Paul Robeson, and Matukan. Out we go. Union Catholic in lane 4. They have the #1 time in the nation this year, 3:17.87. Let me just go back to that previous race, the girls' 1,000. The winner was in 8th grade and won the middle school race at the famous Collegiate Games. So congratulations to that young lady, Gabrielle Wilkinson. But here we go. Action. Oh, a little bit argy-bargy, and he's gone. Cheltenham, they're out. Well, it's a contact sport. That'll be disappointing to his teammates. Paul Robeson and then Union Catholic will come in as the favourites. 50.2 for the opening leg. Oh, it's all action here. This is now boys and girls, then Newburgh. Familiar rivals here at the Armory. Boys and girls from Brooklyn, Newburgh, New York. Third leg beckons. Well, this will be a surprise if Union Catholic go down here. Wow. Boys and girls. Union Catholic had their say pretty much this entire indoor season. 1:38.4 after 2 legs. Here comes Union Catholic. Oh, I say, what a move. Oh, I say. Whoa. Union Catholic. Wow, we should get the split on this leg. Phenomenal leg. Oh my, oh my. Well, they came as the leader in the nation with 3:17.87. They looked in all sorts of trouble, but now look at this. Paul Robeson in second place, then boys and girls, 2:28.7 after 3. Now it's all Union Catholic, living up to expectations. Well, it just shows you've got to know where to put your studs. Union Catholic with 1 to go. Boys and girls, Robeson, Newberg. Meet record 3:13.06 by that fabulous Newburn team, but this is now all Union Catholic. Wow. They were third, they were fourth, and now they win. The high school boys 4x4. How quick was that? They had a 3:17.87 in under their belt. Oh, I say. 47.8 anchor, and the time, wow, 3:16.12. Fastest in the nation thus far. Boys and girls at 3:20.31 and Newberg 3:22.30. Whoa. 3:16.12. That is some serious running. Third leg. Did we get a split on the third leg? Whew.
And coming up next, the women's 60-meter hurdle championship. And here's how they're going to line up. Lane 1 will be Corella Edwards from Carleton University. Lane 2, Taryn Hartfield, Mississippi. Lane 3, Erica Bugard, Mississippi State. Lane 4 from Wisconsin, Tina Latham. Lane 5 from Arizona, faster qualifying time, 8.25, Ninya Haley. Lane 6 from Hampton, second fastest qualifying time, 8.30, Brianna Norman. Lane 7 from Coastal Carolina, Jessica Gillibert. Lane 8 from Pittsburgh, Tarnisha Taylor. And lane 9 from University of Kansas, Lindsay Vollmer. Edwards, Hartfield, Bugard, Latham, Haley, Norman, Gillibert, Taylor, and Vollmer for the Armory Collegiate Invitational Championship of the Hurdles. Lanes 7 and 8 are vacant. Edwards, Hartfield, Bugard, Latham, Haley, Norman, and Vollmer. Haley.
Norman 8:31. Yeah, but it switched already. Nancy, that's not right. We need a spot. Yeah, it's right now. Yeah,
And that was Ninya Haley, Arizona 821 Armory Collegiate Invitational Hurdle Champion, Norman from Hampton, 8:31. Latham, Wisconsin, 8:41. And here comes the Armory Collegiate Invitational 60-meter men's hurdle championships. They will line up this way. Wallace Spencer from Howard will be in lane 1. Lane 2 will be Roy Smith from North Carolina. Lane 3 from Bethune-Cookman, Tremaine Banks. Lane 4 from South Carolina, Jermaine Collier. Lane 5 from Mississippi, fastest qualifier, 7.81, Robert Semien. Lane 6, the second fastest qualifier from Clemson, Justin Johnson, 7.83. Lane 7 from Ottawa, Sekou Kaba. Lane 8 from Claflin, Dennis Bain. And lane 9 from Syracuse, Donald Paulette.
You're not an announcer until you spend time.
Spencer, Smith, Banks, Collier, Simeon, Johnson, Kaba, Bain, Paulette for the Armory Collegiate Invitational Hurdle Championship. And lane 3 will be vacated. Spencer, Smith, Collier, Simeon, Johnson, Kaba, Bain, and Paulette. And now lane 3 will be open, and 4 as well. Now we go with Spencer, Smith, Simeon, Johnson, Kaba, Bain, and Paulette.
Which is which? Who is wearing number 2? Robson which?
Robinson and York wearing number 2, but they're running in lane 4. But they're wearing hip 2 all the way around. Yeah, we didn't have time to change.
out quick. That's Ole Miss. Close finish. Ole Miss. Johnson. Clemson. Bain.
Get a time. Do we believe it? 9? I don't think so. Was it 9?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Oh, I see what they've done. They switched the legs. Okay.
So we just got the wrong hit numbers. Yeah. Okay. I'm with it now. We don't believe that. Ian. Yeah. No lyrics.
And the next event on the track is the girls, high school girls, that is, 4x400 meter relay. Bringing to you the following teams. Going in lane 1, DeWitt Clinton. Going in lane 2, but wearing hip number 4, Paul Robeson, New York. Going in lane 3 will be Suffern. Going in lane 4, Paul Robeson from Pennsylvania, wearing hip number 2. I know you're as confused as I was. Hip number 5 is Columbia, New Jersey, and hip number 6, Uniondale.
Stand up, ladies. We're using the blue and white, ladies. Blue and white. On your mark.
Columbia out of lane 5, coming with the fastest time of the nation, 3:48.06. The meet record, well, it's a tremendous record, 3:41.75. Eleanor Roosevelt from Maryland in 2009. Clinton in 1, Robeson, New York in 2, but wearing hip 4. Suffern in 3, Robeson, Pennsylvania, hip number 2 in 4. Columbia 5 and Uniondale 6. Now they break. Robeson, New York in the lead. They've had a great history here over the years at the Armory. Robeson, New York in their blue. 56.9 we've got. One good leg can change everything, as we saw in the boys 4x4. Robeson, New York on the inside. On the outside, that's Uniondale, Long Island. Familiar screams of Lee Pollett, the Uniondale coach, doing his best bird call. Robeson, Uniondale. Columbia in the red on the outside, trying to make some impression on the leaders. Robeson, New York. 1:55.3 after 2 legs. Could start to get interesting. Oh, I say. 4 teams in it now, with 600 meters to go. Side by side they are. Oh, bit of argy-bargy there. Columbia coming to the lead. Columbia in the lead with their ace, Olivia Baker, coming up on the anchor leg. That is a tremendous leg by this young lady, Emily Cowan, for Columbia. Boy, she put some meters between her and the rest of the field, justifying their #1 status in the country, and passing to Olivia Baker, who won the 600 earlier, and she is not to be messed with that stick in her hand. 2:51.9. Baker anchored the USA winning team at the sprint medley relay in the World Youth Games last year. Took silver in the 400 meters. She's the national high school outdoor champion at 400 meters. And barring all sorts of accidents, she has put this race away. Paul Robeson, Philadelphia in second, but it's all Columbia, Maplewood, New Jersey, coached by Lisa Morgan. Olivia Baker literally flying around the top bend. Olivia Baker going to Stanford University in the fall, looking to be a neurosurgeon in the future. .55 even for Olivia. Confirmed Paul Robeson, Pennsylvania in second, 3:54.32, and the winning time 3:47.30, which is the fastest time in the nation this year. What a surprise. It was 3:48.06, and now 3:47.30, and the winning team, Cheyenne Trigg, Imani Coleman, Emily Cohen, and Olivia Baker. Columbia, Maplewood, New Jersey. Now we go back to my colleague Dennis Cornfield for the women's 60-meter dash championships.
And coming up, our two final championships on the infield. The women's 60-meter lane 1, Leisha Whittle, Kennesaw State. Lane 2, Jermaine Poston, Arizona. Shayna Harrison, Syracuse is in lane 3. Lane 4 from Arkansas, Regine Williams. Lane 5, fastest qualifier from Ohio State, Chesna Sykes, 7.30. Lane 6 from Ohio State, 7.32, Ashley Abraham, second fastest qualifier. Lane 7 from University of Maryland, Baltimore County, Mercedes Jackson. Lane 8, Gayon Evans from Maryland Eastern Shore, and lane 9 from Essex Community College, Renee Ricketts. Whittle, Poston, Harrison, Williams, Sykes, Abraham, Jackson, Evans, and Ricketts for the Armory Collegiate 60-meter championship. Men's AT&T sponsored 60-meter championship. Lane 1 is vacant. Lane 2 is Eric Winfrey, South Carolina. 3, Kendall Key, South Carolina. 4, Desmond Lawrence, North Carolina A&T. Lane 5, fastest qualifier by 100th of a second from Clemson, Tevin Hester. Lane 6 from Missouri, 100th of a second off the fastest time from Missouri, Marquesh Woodson. Lane 7 from Clemson, Reggie Lewis. Lane 8 from Mississippi, Jalen Miller. And lane 9 from Mississippi, Kalo Moore. And on the board, you can see the champion of the women's 60 meters, Abraham from Ohio State, Sykes, Ohio State second, 1-2 for Ohio State, followed by Williams of Arkansas.
We have 2 sets of the 60 dash. More than 6,000. We have a second start list for the 60. Yeah.
Winfrey, Key, Lawrence, Hester, Woodson, Lewis. Miller and Moore. This should be special. Hester out quickly. Hester, Woodson. And Key is up there.
Up next, the women distance medley college.
I think no 12. Yeah, no 12.
Right after the start of the race, Jill, if they put the results up. And the men's champion, it's Hester Clemson. Tevin Hester Clemson, 6.60 by 1,000th of a second. Woodson, Missouri, 6.60 as well. Miller, Mississippi, 6.62. 3,000th of a second was the difference between Hester and Woodson.
And we have 18 teams today for the women distant medley relay. And our teams are from Loyola, Maryland, George Mason, Ottawa, South Florida, Rowan, Lehigh, Clemson, South Carolina, Monmouth, Rider, Ohio State, Bryn Mawr, Delaware, Wisconsin, Mississippi State, Cal State Los Angeles, UTSA, and Hampton. Mississippi State is leading. Katie Huston of Mississippi State is leading leg one of our women's distance medley relay. We have a new leader. Ottawa is our new leader. Lena Sadke in the first leg for Ottawa. Currently in this first leg, Ottawa is in the lead, followed by Ohio State and Mississippi State in third. And those runners are Lena Sadke, Katie Borchers, and Katie Hostin. Ohio State is now leading. Katie Borchers from Ohio State is now in the lead for this first leg, where we have 3 laps to go. We have a new third place team, South Carolina. The first leg being run by Anna Todd. Ohio State is now leading with 2 laps to go. That's Katie Borchers, followed by UTSA, Nina Herrera, Mississippi State is back in the lead. And once again, that's Katie Huston. With 1 lap to go in this first leg, Mississippi State is in the lead. Wisconsin now in the lead. As we move on to our second leg, Wisconsin is in the lead, followed by Mississippi State. Our second leg runner for Wisconsin is Sophie Roth, and for Mississippi State, Shayla Luckett. Wisconsin still in first, Ohio State in second. Sophie Roth followed by Soso Walker. Ohio State now pushing its way to first in our second leg. That is Soso Walker from Ohio State. Ohio State is still in the lead with Katie Betts. Our current order is Ohio State, followed by Wisconsin, followed by Mississippi State and Cal State LA. In our third leg, Wisconsin has taken the lead back. That is Emma Rifle. UTSA has made its way to fourth. We have a new leader in our third leg. That is Cal State Los Angeles, followed by Wisconsin and Ohio State. Our runner for Cal State Los Angeles is Megan Thompson. Wisconsin back in the lead. That is Emma Rifle from Wisconsin, making Wisconsin back in the lead on this third leg. Mississippi State in third. One lap to go in the third leg. Wisconsin in first, followed by Ohio State, followed by Mississippi. Wisconsin still in the lead. Once again, that's Emma Rifle. About 100 meters to go in this third leg. Wisconsin is still in first with its first leg. three teams in the junior division have medals waiting for them. Top three teams in the junior division have medals waiting for them. Wisconsin is still in the lead. That is Victoria Paulson. Here comes our leader, Victoria Paulson, followed by Ohio State, Tammy Berger, Emily Perez from Texas San Antonio in fourth. Here comes our leader once again from Wisconsin. We have a new leader in our fourth and final leg of the women's distance medley. Our leader is from Mississippi State. That is Emily Neagle, leading the final and fourth leg of the women's distance medley relay. Mississippi State still in the lead, followed by Texas San Antonio, Wisconsin, and Ohio State. That is Emily Neagle, followed by Emily Perez, followed by Victoria Paulson and Tammy Berger. Mississippi State still in the lead with 3 laps to go. Our leader, Emily Neagle. Ohio State has pushed its way to third, that is Tammy Berger. And Wisconsin in fourth, Victoria Paulson. And our ladies are coming up on 2 laps to go. Mississippi State maintaining their lead. Texas San Antonio in second. Ohio State, then Wisconsin. They'll have 2 laps to go. And here are our leaders coming up on 1 lap to go. Their final 200 meters. Mississippi State in first. Texas San Antonio pushing ahead to first. Mississippi taking that lead back on the final lap. Emily Neagle ahead of Emily Perez. Who will reach the finish line first? The final on the straightaway will be Mississippi State or will be Texas San Antonio. And our winner is Mississippi State, followed by Texas San Antonio, Ohio State, and Wisconsin in fourth. Our times, Mississippi State, 11:38.93. UTSA 11:39.42, Ohio State 11:44.14, and Wisconsin 11:50.60.
Kevin, we got 1 second. Yes, go ahead. Do we have any high school teams still here? Junior teams, junior athletes, medalists are waiting for you for the top 3 finishers in the relays and the individual events. So our junior competition, the high school athletes, medalists for the top 3 in the relays and the individual events. If you're still here and you didn't pick up the medals, come down immediately, and congratulations.
Up next, we have the men's distance medley relay college.
I'm going to see that Bronx Bombers.
Our final event of the evening. Our final event of the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell us what it is.
What?
Tell us what it is. You said the final event. You didn't say what it was.
I did. I did earlier. Again? Yeah. The men's distance medley relay. We have 7 men's teams running this evening. They are from Kentucky State, Mount Olive, Cincinnati, Ryder, Texas, San Antonio, Clemson, and Ottawa. Right off the bat, Ottawa is in the lead. That is Alex Berm running for the first leg. Kentucky State is leading. That is Austin Dillow. Kentucky State in the lead. That is Austin Dillow, followed by Alex Berm of Ottawa, Aki Katagawa of Mount Olive, and Nathan Collier of Texas San Antonio. Our new leader is Ottawa. That is Alex Berm, followed by Texas San Antonio, Nathan Collier, and University of Cincinnati, Evan Baum. Texas San Antonio is now in first for their first leg of the men's distance medley relay. We have a new leader, Ryder College, Nasser Zaire, running for Ryder in the first leg, followed by Texas San Antonio, Mount Olive in third. Texas San Antonio has made its way to first for the first leg of the race. Getting ready for our first exchange for the men's distance medley relay. Texas San Antonio maintaining its lead, followed by Mount Olive, and Ryder in third. Our second leg. One lap to go for the leaders of our second leg. And in first, Texas San Antonio, followed by Mount Olive. That is Jamarcus Shelvin, followed by Carl Goodman. Jamarcus Shelvin making a turn on for our third exchange. Texas San Antonio in the lead for its third leg. That is Tony Jaramillo. And then Mount Olive, Jacob Uris, followed by Cincinnati, Brian Barney, and Ryder, Matt Sampson. Our leader from Texas San Antonio, 3 laps to go on the third leg. Once again, that's Tony Jaramillo. Followed by Jacob Uris of Mount Olive. And Cincinnati, Brian Barney. Texas San Antonio coming along the straightaway for 2 laps to go in the third leg. Followed by Mount Olive. Cincinnati, Kentucky State has made its way to 4th. Texas San Antonio still in first, followed by Mount Olive, the University of Cincinnati, and Ryder. Cincinnati now in second with 200 meters to go for the third leg. Tony Jaramillo from Texas San Antonio maintaining its lead. Brian Barney from Cincinnati still in second. Kentucky State has been lapped. And here we go in our final exchange for our 4th leg of the men's distance medley. Texas San Antonio maintaining its lead, that is Brady Hand, followed by Cincinnati, Kevin Fink, followed by Mount Olive, still in left end, and Ryder, Sam Nipper. Here comes our leader from Texas San Antonio, 7 laps to go. That's Brady Hand. Cincinnati's Kevin Fink. Dylan LaFawn from Mount Olive. Sam Nipper from Ryder. Third, moving up on second. Brady Hand of Texas San Antonio, our leader, making his way to 6 laps. Cincinnati and Mount Olive neck and neck. Mount Olive has made its way into second. That is Dylan LaFond of Mount Olive. Kevin Fink of University of Cincinnati in third. Our leader of Texas San Antonio, Brady Hand, 5 laps to go. Texas San Antonio still has a strong lead over Mount Olive, Cincinnati in third. Ryder in fourth, Clemson in fifth. This is 4 laps to go for Brady Hand of Texas San Antonio. Followed by Dylan LaFond of Mount Olive. Mount Olive is now our new leader. That is Dylan LaFond of Mount Olive in first. And our leader for Mount Olive, he has 3 laps to go, followed by Brady Han of Texas San Antonio. It is a tough race between Mount Olive and Texas San Antonio at this point. Dylan LaFond of Mount Olive coming up on 2 laps. Brady Han from Texas San Antonio in second. Kevin Fink of Cincinnati in third. Dylan LaFond of Mount Olive coming up on the final lap of the distance medley. And that's the bell, the official sign of the final lap. Dylan LaFond pulling ahead. Cincinnati in third. And here he comes with less than 100 meters to go. Here comes our winner of the men's distance medley relay, Dylan LaFond of Mount Olive. Placing in first. Here comes Brady Han of Texas San Antonio. Texas San Antonio in second. Ottawa in third. And our times, Mount Olive, 10:01:19. Texas San Antonio, 10:13:72. Ottawa, 10:15:23. And fourth, Cincinnati, 10:15:92. This is Kentucky State with 1 lap to go.
Sometimes they get really far behind and they're 2 or 3 laps to go. Not usually in this. Okay, where's our schedule?
That's it.
Okay, so you're going to tell people that we'll be firing up at 8:30 with the track and field events like that, and opening ceremony at 12:45. No, thank you for coming, and then tell them when we start tomorrow.
This now concludes the final event of the day. Thank you all for coming. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 8:30 for the New Balance Women's 5K, and at 8:35, the Women's High Jump. So once again, thank you again, and we will see you in the morning. Have a great night, everyone.